And welcome back to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. Last session, we went to the Big Top Extravaganza, where Tarquin managed to. Well, you were chasing Sopid through the crowds, trying to catch them, caught up to them at the Calliope, and you finally got some information. She's saying she works here, and that the carnival is some sort of almost like a playground to her. She has this kind of childlike demeanor to her, treats everything like it's a little game. And you manage to convince her to play along with one of your games, try and get questions answered. And she says that Granny doesn't like her talking to strangers, but but she says that she still is trying to help her, and it was apparently because she was nursed back to health when she was ill. And although she's not looking healthy at all, she's still grinning with these blackened gums and decayed skin. Something clearly wrong with her, but who's anyone to guess at the moment? She tried to stun you and get away, but seems like you've learned that doesn't work if you've already passed the save, basically. So that stare doesn't work on you anymore today, is what she said.
Hmm.
And she also revealed the work of the two other thieves. The names are Obscurity and April. And she says that only three of us can come as and go as we please, kind of giving you the hint that maybe they have some sort of power or deal. You're not too sure, but she did finally manage to get away after you'd claimed that she'd lost the game. She kind of threw a little tantrum, pouted, and face stepped away, which you managed to understand. It definitely is a face step due to Solomon describing the same sort of power that he has as an Eladrin. But you managed to sleuth after them and found that they'd fled to the Hall of Illusions. Then the party managed to discuss the next move, and they settled on the big top and barely let you in. The acts began, and as each one played out, the party got opportunities to interact and influence the performances. And the now transformed back Solomon managed to catch a witch-like hand from the high wire and was awarded a whole carnival ticket. Xaxx ate a treat gone bad and was afflicted with heart freeze, whilst flaming methods swooped around, causing chaos. Tanwen, Tarquin, and a helpful of half elf with a golden blonde hair named Chadnir managed to dispatch them with some clean shots, whilst Solomon defended the paralyzed Xaxx. Mr. Light taught the audience about the three rules of the Feywild: hospitality, ownership, and reciprocity. And through various performances, demonstrated each one. Tarquin then failed spectacularly to balance on top of the human tower that collapsed in a cascade of cartwheels and somersaults. He then had to be resuscitated by Chadnir again, and he gave them a healing melody from their harp so he could perform his main act. The juggling made up for much of his earlier blunder and managed to keep 6 items up at once, tossing back the dagger, which Solomon straight to Solomon's heart. That was a shock from the crowd and gasp, but he appeared completely unharmed. A stuffed unicorn toy landed safely in the arms of Xaxx, and Chad looked most pleased with his fancy wine. Then came the mirror act, which showed Diana Clubbington's transformation. And there was a black cat that turned into a displacer beast. But where the real show shone brightest was when Solomon took to the stage and managed to pass straight through the mirror and perform what appeared to the awestruck onlookers to be the most fantastical costume change as Nox came back through instead. Xaxx and Tanwen attempted this feat as well, but they found some sort of resistance from the mirror. The young Dragonborn trapped on the other side, trying to get through. Mr. Light explained that sometimes the things we most desire are within our sight, yet not within our grasp. Such is the fleeting fantasy of the Feywild that feels like a dream slipping between our fingers. Meanwhile, Tamwin saw the mirror was under some sort of stress, fracturing images and there was an enormous tree that lay down on the ground, followed by these different images of crackling lightning, and it kind of zapped your touch away from the mirror with some sort of minor static shock. Counterfoot was almost persuaded to make his proposal, but he couldn't take the full plunge until he got his voice back. The final act was Palasha's high dive and a song, which was rudely interrupted multiple times by those heckling crowd members, which you started to figure out was all just one person, but sort of disguising themselves within the crowd. I won't repeat the puns, just to save face.
Be
But
punishment if you do.
oh, the mean-spirited jeers finally forced the mermaid to falter mid-song. She leapt away, saying that they could finish the big top without her. Rodolfo's suspicions were confirmed. Someone was waiting for the right moment to disrupt the show. Fortunately, as the lights came on, Tanwen locked on to the one responsible and made pursuit whilst the others tried to catch up. This black-cloaked man managed to charm a swan to ferry himself across the river. Tanwen leapt onto the back, grappled him. He retorted with another spell, a sleeping smokescreen that put Tarquin in the drink and floating downriver. Xaxx swam after that, and then Rodolfo managed to. Yeah, you had to swim. Oh, that's right. You were stuck between a choice: either saving a drowning Tarky or catching up to the cloaked troublemaker. And they chose to save a life, but thankfully, Nox had got around over the bridge and cut off his escape. You'd met Diana at the carousel just as it went haywire, and Xaxx helped Tarquin get to the central gem to power it down. And here you finally cornered and unveiled the troublemaker to be none other than Kettle Steam the Kenku. She's interesting in that she has to kind of speak through mimicry. Everything she says sounds like a sentence she's heard from another previous conversation. And so bit by bit you manage to kind of unwrap the reason why she's here and what she's doing. She says that she has a fey pact with Zybilna, and that was in the voice of the warlock you came across at the beginning, Rodolfo, Madrid. And she knows that Mr. Light and Mr. Witch are hiding something that could lead to her. And she repeats this conversation that you assume she's overheard it, because it's definitely in imitating Light's agitated voice. Someone's going to find out about this. They'll shut us down. Followed by Mr. Witch's calm yet firm reply. We agreed to the pact. Our hands were forced. Our eyes were open. We let the Hourglass Coven take what it wants, and in return, we stay in business. This is what you want, right? And she is trying to force their hand by disrupting the carnival in hopes that they spill some sort of truth. And she's formulated a plan with you guys to maybe steal something of theirs. Maybe the pocket watch that Mr. Witch seems to constantly check on has this kind of golden luster whenever he opens it. And maybe you can do that if you get the security on their side. And that is Burley the Bugbear, who's also missing his brother. That might be the ticket to achieving that. Um, and she and the carnival cards also speculate that the coven of thieves each belong to a different hag that they're perhaps stealing trinkets for. And Kettlesteam knows it has something to do with the tickets as well. You're not sure on the connection yet. And lastly, Diana Cloppington was thanking the party. There's this sadness behind her eyes, and it was Xaxx that decided to approach her and remark on first time meeting a centaur, but she reluctantly admits that she's not actually a real centaur, just a human who made a bad deal. She tells the unfortunate tale of once being human. Diana sought the help of Granny Nightshade of the Hourglass Coven, desperately wishing to be reunited with her lost warhorse, which went missing in battle. The cruel hag, of course, made good on her promise and magically fused their bodies together, giving her the appearance of a centaur, but Yes, it's all clearly a sick, cruel joke. Diana fled Prismere and befriended Mr. Light and Mr. Witch, who offered her a home in the carnival. Um, However, due to the nature of this bargain, there are several things that she can't talk about, and she says to instead speak to the unicorns of the carousel. They could perhaps share the secrets the party is looking for, provided they earn their trust and prove their good intentions. So, looking at the carousel right now, you can tell that there's some areas that probably do need a touch up, and she's got paint brushes and paint pots, and she's offered you guys to maybe fix it up, give it a lick of paint, and she's kind of holding her throat a little bit as well, just a bit uncomfortably. Yeah, we'll take you to the carousel now. Yeah.
Yep. I'm just thinking that.
There you go. There we go. So the unicorns are actually in pairs. Oh yeah, and of course, something I forgot to mention in the recap. When the power was shut down on this, they seemed to shudder and jolt into place. And through some high perception rolls, you managed to spot that only 4 of these unicorns have their horns left intact. And they each seem to be pointing towards a letter that's on the carnival's exterior. And it spelled out the word help.
We should help the unicorns, I think.
Well, first step to that is fixing them up, I guess. Give them a lick of paint, put the names back in, then that'll help them a bit. Then they'll help us, hopefully.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. So let's go. Let's get some. I'll grab some paint and head over to the horses and start trying to help them out.
Yep, Tarquin will do the same.
Okay.
I'll go as well.
All right, then I'll give each of you a. She gives each of you like a paintbrush and a little paint pot, and yeah, she begins gesturing to the various sets which probably need the most work. So, let's see.
Is it just paint, or do they need like carpentry as well?
Well, apart from missing their horns, but she doesn't expect you to be able to craft an entire new set of horns.
Okay.
But yeah, she says it's their names. Their names have kind of worn away.
Oh, we have to paint the names back on. Okay.
Well, names are very powerful, so if they've lost their names, that's not a good thing, so we best give them back.
Okay.
So, how do we know the names if they've faded? Will you tell us, or can we read the names on the side that we're painting back on?
She goes to talk again, and there's this slight cough to her mouth. I can't say their names, but I know that you'll figure it out.
Is it
I-
written somewhere? What is this puzzle?
Well,
How can we help? Help
They're well
us to
known.
help you.
They're and she goes to talk again, and there seems to be this stiffness to her neck, and she cranes it back and begins painfully coughing up this kind of brown tree sap, and it smells strange, and you start to see like blisters appear on her fingers as she's holding her neck. She just sort of gestures towards the unicorns and just shakes her head like, I can't.
Well, you said that they were in pairs, right? So maybe the pairs will give us a hint to what the names might be.
She kind of begins to nod again.
Are you quite all right? Do you need assistance?
I'll be fine. It's
let me guess, part of the pact.
It's the pact with
You're not allowed to talk about the specific thing because of it'll give away the right. Okay, I got it.
Lots of things.
Non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, pacts are a pain in the ass. Put it plainly. But anyway, Enough about asses.
Thankfully, you
Let's
don't have to
fix
paint
some
any donkeys.
unicorns.
Yeah. All right. So the first pair, which we'll say, Xaxx, you're nearest in your approach.
Okay.
You can see that there is 2 unicorns. One of them seems to be looking with some sort of admiration towards the other. You can see one of the tags is complete, and it says Fortune. And Fortune is kind of looking admirably towards the other one, but the name is completely worn out, save for the first letter, which is in this big embroidery, and the first letter is B. And there seems to be 3 other letters after that, but they've all kind of worn away. So it's B blank 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 that.
Bad that I've already got this one, but I'm not allowed Xaxx to do it.
Yeah.
3 letters only?
There's 3 missing letters.
Because I would have said fortune favors the brave, but I don't think it's that. If it's only 3 letters.
You're really close. It's
Fortune.
4 letters. Think of
Fortune.
another word.
Oh, I...
Well, let's see if Sax can get it.
Yeah.
The other
This is-
unicorn, if you look at it, looks very sure of themselves, and they're like pushing forward. You know, their head is held high.
Bold.
There you go.
BOLD.
That's
Ah.
it. And
Wordle
then
has
the
come
third-
back to
See,
Okay.
the bad thing with that one, Chris, as soon as you said fortune, that was the first thing that popped into my head before you gave any of the other clues for that one. I was just
Yep.
like, and I'm like, no, it's not going to be that. And I'm just like, ah.
It is. These can be very easy for some and very,
Yep.
very kind of tricky for others.
Yeah.
Depends if you know them or not, right?
Yeah.
So
Mm.
the
But
second pair,
that
which
at
will
least
go,
gives us an idea of what sort of the thing is.
The
Yeah.
nature of the pairs, yeah.
I tell the rest of the
Okay.
group, I say, look at the pairs. They'll give you a clue. One is sort of, they'll help each other out.
All right, let's have a look.
Think,
There are
think
so
of
many
turns of phrase.
possibilities.
Turns
So
of
many.
phrase, like common turns of phrase. I guess that's what my one was anyway.
Well, how
Alright then.
about you go up for the next one, Rodolfo? I'm sure you've got some brains in that noggin.
Oh, now you are putting pressure on me. I don't know what to say. Very well, okay. We will try.
Okay. These unicorns, you can tell one of them's full, one of them's complete, one of them is missing 3 letters as well. And the name that is complete is Stone.
Stone?
Yes, Stone.
Mm-hmm.
And the other, and it's looking kind of back, almost disregarding the other unicorn. Sort of like not even paying it much attention, you could say. It's looking in the other direction, like away from the other horse.
Mm-hmm.
And the other horse's name is M something something S.
M something something S or
S?
F as in Frank?
M as in mother, S as in
Sugar.
Samuel.
Okay.
And Stone is turning away from the other one?
That's right, yeah.
Stone is
It looks
turning
like
away
this
from...
one, the M something something S, is it's like trying to catch up to them, but they're nowhere near.
Oh, goodness. Is it moss?
It is moss, yeah.
Okay, alright.
Rolling Stone gathers no
That
moss.
is no moss.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I
And
was going to interject and say moss, but I didn't want to steal anyone's thunder.
Yep. All right.
you
Well,
got it. You
I
begin painting in the own.
I can see in your eyes, Nox, that you definitely had some ideas on that one. So I reckon you should try the next one.
Okay, I'll
Would I then
do-
mute you, Captain?
Hmm.
Oh,
Well, I work here. You don't.
this is true. Okay, fair point.
Alright.
Okay.
You had better guess your puzzle very quickly.
I'll try.
Yeah, I would think it's funny if Tarquin is the only one that doesn't get his puzzle.
I would enjoy that.
Honestly,
we will help you, of course.
honestly, if it happens, it happens, and I will take the laughs with dignity and grace. After all, it's all entertainment at the end of the day.
Okay then. So who was going next? Tanwen or Nox?
I'll go next.
Okay. All right. Don't worry, I'll save one for you next to Tanwen.
Yep.
So
Saving the
these
best till
unicorns.
saving the best till last time, and that's what it is.
This pair seems to be not side by side, but there seems to be one after the other. So one is kind of leading the other one, and the one in the front. Sorry, no, the one in the behind. Apologies. The one in behind is definitely fully spelt out, and it says full. And the first horse seems to be completely worn away, save for the first two letters, which is P R. And then its three letters are blank.
What was the first one? Sorry, I hiccuped and didn't hear.
Okay, full.
Okay.
Full or fall?
Full as
Fall.
in fallen over.
I'm
I got
drawing
this
a
one.
blank on this one.
I got this one.
I think
Yep.
I've got this one.
No, I ain't got this
The
one.
positioning of the horses, I think, is key in all of these. Seems to
Yep.
be.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell that full is behind this other horse. And the first horse looks quite assured of themselves. You could say that they're
Pride?
oh there you go.
Yeah.
Do you know
That
the
popped
actual
into my
proverb?
head, but I was like, it can't be.
Do you know the actual proverb? Now that you've kind of
No.
guessed it, it is pride.
Well, no, I don't know the proverb.
Anyone
Pride
else? I'll
comes
throw it to
before
the
a fool, or something like that.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Pride comes before the fall. Yeah.
The fool. I can never remember if it's the or a when.
A fall.
Is
It
it
is a
fall?
fall in this. In this
Yeah.
instance, it is. But I mean, both work, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well done. And so yeah, you begin painting in the letters, and it's in gold, probably for pride. So you paint these gold letters I, D, and E. And the next pair, let's say Tanwen. You want to? Did you want to have a go?
I would love to have a go, but I am horrible at riddles. I'm utterly. I love everybody's skill at this. I'm better at things I can shoot, but let me give it a shot.
Okay.
Give it your
You
best shot,
see,
fire away.
That's right.
this pair of unicorns, you can tell one of them's name is Stitch. Stitch. But the
Is
other
the
one
other
is.
one's time?
You look at
Stitch
it
in
and
time
you.
makes nine.
Oh, well, there is an N in there, and it's something like that. Blank, blank, N, blank. So your first one wouldn't fit time, but as you say the full proverb, well,
A
it
stitch
might
in
just
time
work.
makes nine.
Nine could work, and as you paint it in, it definitely starts to make sense. Looking at the name now, you kind of start to fill it in. The paint fills in like cracks, like it was maybe engraved before it was painted. And then, yes, you see nine sort of almost flare up for a second with this kind of bluish energy. And yeah, you definitely restored something to the carousel's magic as you filled in nine. Stitch in time saves nine. Wish they had a proverb for eight or three. That would have been that
It
would have
would
been
be.
perfect.
Well, think about it. 9 is 3 threes.
Ah, yes, of course it
And
is.
three is a magical number, so.
So 3 threes must be exceptionally magical.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see. So there's just one left. And Tarquin,
Yep.
you're going over to him. Okay. All right.
You go, Tarquin. Impress us.
I will.
You can do
I
it.
will certainly try. And look,
They gave me the easiest one, so hopefully they gave you the second easiest one.
either way, I'm either gonna get it and we solve the thing. I will need your help, or we won't be able to get it and we'll all have a laugh. So either way, I feel like we're gonna win.
You're a very optimistic individual. I admire this.
Anyway,
Okay.
he
So
scratches his foot. Let's hope luck's with me.
let's see. All right. So this one, the first one is quite sparkly, and you can see the name is Glitter. And the second horse is missing all 4 letters. All 4 letters are missing. You have no idea what it could be, but but there are definitely 4 letters. The first one, it's just glittering away. Has got a big smile on their face.
Is there anything obvious about the second one, like how they're looking at each other or positioned?
Yes. Okay. So the
I do
second
have an
one.
idea already, but I just want.
Oh, okay. Well, if you got an idea, go ahead.
Well,
the second one's hard to read. I guess they look just as pleased as the first one.
The thing is, with this, it's going to be gold. All that glitters is not gold, I think.
It is indeed, yeah. I tried to make it a little tricky by taking away all the letters, but yes, it is indeed gold.
Tarquin.
To be honest, my initial brain went when it was glitter and then 4 letters. I immediately went to gold, and I was thinking the god, yo, glitter gold. But then I realised it had to be a phrase, so I was trying to work out what the phrase was. All
That's
that
it. That's the
glitters
problem.
is not gold. All those who wander are not lost.
Indeed. Could have had Wonder and Lost.
Yeah.
But that'd be bad names for unicorns. Wonder would be alright, but or Lost Unicorn. All right. So you've painted all of the unicorns. There are a bunch of other ones as well, as like tail and yarn and yada yada. But we'll go into all the idioms and proverbs. You do manage to complete all of the unicorns, and Diana at this point has also finished sort of casting some sort of spell over the gem and has repaired the crack that was fractured through the gem. And unless anyone else had mending, but yeah, she does manage to mend it, and she says, "Okay, if you'd like to place this back in the middle, Tarquin, and then hopefully it can all get started again."
Yeah. Tarquin will grab it and hop on in, put it back, and hope it doesn't start spinning and kill him. And hope it also doesn't explode.
It does suddenly jerk to life, but it doesn't start spinning yet. It just seems that all of the horns kind of go off center from those letters for a moment. But sure enough, after Diana begins the test run, and she says, "Well, if any of you want to take a ride on the unicorns, feel free. You can all have a free ride."
What happens when we ride? Is it something horrible?
No, shouldn't be. It's nothing like the Mystery Mine.
I would love to try this.
I will stay with you and observe.
Okay. So yeah, she pulls the platform lever, and does anyone else actually want to get on the unicorn?
Yeah, Tarquin is going to ride Glitter because he is Tarkle, so we'll ride the one that sparkles.
Yes, okay. Perfect.
I will ride Stitch because 9 is still drying.
All right. And Noxie, Xaxx, are you riding any?
Yeah. I'll ride. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay, no
sorry,
worries.
sorry. Xaxx is on top of Bold.
Bold. All right. Okay. So the carnival begins turning. Sorry, the carousel, and the carnival music sort of springs to life. In fact, it sounds far more jolly and upbeat than it has done almost all carnival, you could say. And yeah, you get this childlike joy as you begin riding these unicorns. Feel like it's like 8 years ago. If only you'd got the chance to go on these before, but you got caught up in the feasting orchard instead. Okay. And she doesn't bother punching your ticket. She kind of gives you the free ride. And during this ride, you start to see the horses flaring up every so often. And it seems to be whenever it passes by a particular letter. And that letter almost kind of comes to the forefront of your mind whenever you're passing by it and begins to spell out words. And these secrets come to your knowledge. So we'll start with Tarquin, Sparky, and Glitter. You start to feel like there's a name being spelt out.
Okay.
To you, Tarquin, it's spelling out BAVLORNA.
Pipe that out.
Bavlorna?
Indeed, Bavlorna.
Does that name ring
The
any
hags.
bells at all?
That's one of the hags.
Is it?
Yep.
It
Okay.
Bavlorna Blightstraw.
Good to know.
and that it continues to sort of spell things, but you already start to feel a sensation as this name is coming to mind, and you feel it in your throat as well, a little bit. You're sort of not speaking at this moment, but you kind of feel like there's an itch in your throat. You have to kind of clear it for a moment, and you look over at Diana, and she's still kind of holding her throat for a moment. But you then look at your hands, which are kind of holding on to the unicorn's like the pole through the middle, and you can feel this kind of sticky, swamp-like residue is stuck to them, and you can smell that kind of swampy water again, and you know it's trying to tell you Bavlorna for a reason, but I'll jump to the others as they're going around. She's in a swamp. Yeah. That much might be obvious, but why it's important to Tarquin, I'm not sure. Okay, so Nox, as you're holding on tight, this this horse is really galloping. You can feel like there's this rumbling to it, and as it's starting to pass by letters faster and faster, the words come much quicker to you, and you hear the words Leia, um, and then you hear the words rambling cottage on stilts in a fey swamp. And those words suddenly just one by one come into your head as this unicorn goes speeding by the letters. And you can almost hear it in your head, these words being said. The next character, I'm going to go with Xaxx. You begin hearing almost like a voice as well. And you hear oh my goodness, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this as I could whisper it. Now you know what? I'll let everyone hear this. Only Xaxx knows this, of course. You hear the voice, almost of this unicorn itself, potentially, as the words are being, as each letter is sort of lighting up and spelling out. And she says, "The hag you seek has foreseen her own death, which happens during an eclipse. And although this joyful music is going on, you're almost sort of a bit unnerved by this strange proverb in of itself. But the hag you seek has apparently foreseen her death, and it is tied to an eclipse, whatever that means. But that sounds like this voice kind of almost reverberates, sounding into your mind. But make sure you make a note of that. Sounds like
I'm writing
quite
it
a
down right
secret's
now.
being shared. Tanwen. Let's see. Yes. Tanwen, you hear a voice as well as these letters spelling out one by one. The location is also coming to you as well. You hear
Okay.
you hear she sleeps in a dollhouse but cannot
Oh,
remember the first creature she sees when she wakes.
no.
Hmm.
For Samantha.
That's what you hear,
Poor Samantha.
and there's almost a small tear that runs down the unicorn's face, almost like it knows your pain, it knows your loss. And Rodolfo, although you're witnessing all of this and watching, yeah, there's definitely some expressions from your friends that
Mhm.
are showing more than just a happy ride. They seem to be deep in thought or showing a sign of like sadness or intrigue.
Yeah. And I'm watching the
Oh,
letters too, if they're flashing.
definitely, yeah, they
Just
are.
taking
They
note.
are
Yeah.
kind of sparking up every time they go by. But with everyone going on their own unicorn, it's kind of tricky to keep track of it. It's almost like it's part of the show. All these little lights and letters lighting up. I'm going to go round back to the start with Tarquin and say that the hag you seek, Tarquin, she is allergic to seeing someone run widdershins. And that is what you hear
Being from the
as these letters spell out, sound in
Fae,
your
do I
mind.
know what Widdershins is? Out of character, I
I'm,
sort of do,
I'm,
but not in character. I don't know.
I'm gonna say that you don't necessarily know off the top of your head, but it's something you could potentially ask around, and maybe we'll make that something that you can ask denizens of the Feywild. But all right, that is the secrets they have whispered to you. All hope they were of use. Nox, do you fancy having one told to Solomon as well, but like only Solomon can hear it inside your head? I think that would be cool.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna
do it.
whisper it to Jamey, just specifically, so that you don't know, but he does. I'm gonna whisper him something. I'll write it on Discord.
Probably not a good idea on Discord.
Why?
Oh, okay, then I'll wait. I'll just wait. I'll save it
I
for
won't
later.
look.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it in mind and I'll tell him off stream. But for now, though, yeah, the carousel spins around. You enjoy your time, and these secrets that are spilled. You have no idea how they know all of this information, but it seems as though perhaps they are tied to something. I mean, you do remember that Diana said that the crystal that sort of powers it is actually from the Feywild itself. So there is definitely a deep connection to it. And she's sure that there's some sort of significance behind why it's always going haywire and why it's always kind of malfunctioning. It's the only ride that has this many problems in the entire carnival. But she's delighted that it is all working again, and she's smiling, knowing that each of you are probably receiving some sort of secret. And I guess after a while, she begins pull the lever, slowly brings it down to a stop.
Well, that was much more pleasant than the mystery mine. I think, does everybody agree? I think I
I
enjoyed
loved
that a
it.
lot.
Is
In fact,
everyone
I'm
okay? Is anyone lost their memories, or you are blinded, or you have I don't know, some sort
Oh,
of
I'm feeling
injury?
a little bit more hopeful, and I'm hugging my unicorn that I rode on to say goodbye before I say goodbye.
I haven't lost anything that wasn't already gone, I'll tell you that, but picked up some information, I guess you could say.
I'm
Did
a bit.
anybody else
I,
hear anything in their heads?
Yeah, and I'm a bit sticky, but
I don't want to know about
I,
that.
I did. I did, and I'm glad y'all did as well because I kind of thought it was just my imagination.
yeah.
I think anything that happens here, probably not your imagination.
Or, or better yet, think of it as even if it is your imagination, that doesn't mean it's not real.
Yes.
Hmm.
That's confusing
Also,
though.
Not sure
the
this makes
unicorns
sense.
have, as I said, come to a slow stop, but they also have definitely come to a stop at something in particular. They didn't all stop at once. They all stopped at their own particular point, and I won't actually rotate this around so that it does point it because that'll be tricky. But it does clearly have these letters. Says
Say thank you. Oh,
it says
save.
save, and
Save what? Um,
save
save the
what?
carnival. Save
As you ask
Diana.
that, you see them. Yeah, go on. Diana's like, yes.
Oh, I'm just they're saying save something. I don't know what they're trying to say. What we need to save.
Oh.
Where are y'all seeing this? I'm still seeing them spinning.
Yeah, I'll just stop them for the sake of this. So they do stop on particular letters. On this shot, it says help, but on the one that they finished, it says save. And Diana does look at it and go, "That's odd. I think they're giving you one last message." And she turns the lever only like up a notch so that they're on the slowest kind of speed, and they stop on these letters. They kind of arrange themselves.
Primer. Stop. Hour. Oh, stop hourglass. Okay. Yeah.
Probably save Prismir,
Prismir.
Oh, Prismir.
but
Yeah,
they've only
that's
got 4
good.
Coven?
letters.
Save Prismir. Stop hourglass coven. I mean, we were gonna try to do that anyway. Horses.
Part of
Unicorns. Sorry.
part of the plan, unicorns, and if I come back after doing all of this stuff, I'm gonna try to get you new horns. How's that sound?
Well, doesn't
Uh,
doesn't the carnival have like a carpenter on staff to like repair things? Couldn't that work? Or do you
Or
need like real horns? Are you like real horns? I look
uh,
at the horse. I look at the unicorns. Do you want like a real horn or like a wooden horn?
Roll me like either an investigation or a perception check as you kind of inspect the horns themselves, Xaxx. The horns look almost real. You could imagine perhaps they've been carved out of something akin to bone, maybe even ivory or something, but to you they really do look real. There's some of them painted, but as you can see underneath some of the paint, and indeed the ones that are actually broken, in fact, you look at them and that's definitely not wood in the center. It definitely looks like it was bone. Perhaps it was real, but
Are the
I
horses themselves made of
apologize.
wood?
yeah.
No, these are like. Wait, are you alive? Like, does it hurt that there's a pole sticking through the middle of you that I was just holding onto? And you're sort of attached to this device spinning around? Like, wouldn't you want to be free from it?
You look at
Remember
the
to cut off
horses
the pole?
themselves, and I'll say with an 18, you can definitely tell the horses are actually, in fact, wooden. They mostly
Oh,
definitely are. Yeah.
but the horns aren't.
the horns aren't. Okay.
Um,
Maybe if we give them their horns back, they'll all turn back into real unicorns
or
and they can leave the carnival.
yeah, or maybe they'll be able to spell out more messages. But that's just again just ideas, but not future things. We have things to do, I suppose.
Right, we have let's put this on the back burner. If we find any unicorn horns or things like that we can figure out, let's not forget about them.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a good idea.
No, but I don't. I agree. I don't want to murder unicorns to steal their horns
Oh
from
no.
these
Oh no,
unicorns.
you can't go murdering unicorns. I mean, if you go murdering unicorns, I think I'd have to just beat you to death for doing so.
Thank
You read the first Harry Potter? That's verboten. No.
I
No,
don't know what you're talking about.
Rodolfo wants to go up to Diana and kind
Mhm.
of in an undertone say, "So, do the horses always speak? Have they told you anything about the hag that did this to you?"
Only that she is. She begins coughing again.
Ah, so sorry. I
Cruel
no.
and deceptive. She coughs again, and you see blisters suddenly appear on her tongue.
I'm so
Ah,
you have my apologies. I will ask something innocuous, not related. Tell me, this is a very interesting ride. Where do the horses come from? Were they carved? Did you buy it from somewhere? Is it modeled after a particular horse?
she
I'm
says,
very interested in the history of things.
I definitely know that this place. Well, I came here, and Mr. Light and Mr. Witch took me in, but they never revealed their secrets as to how the carnival runs and how it's magically transported. But I do know it's definitely connected to the Feywild. It's from Prismere. I'm not sure who they managed to, I guess, power it or enchant it, but I definitely know it's got something to do with the Feywild. Maybe they
Yes,
know. Maybe they could tell you.
I'm sure they know many things. Tell me, is there any kind of a handyman, a groundskeeper, someone with a toolkit, the person
Yeah,
who would be responsible for looking after
the
the
goblins
ride?
would normally do some sort of handiwork. Um, yes, I'll have to go to the teapot and ask for their assistance. They've been missing those for a while now.
When was the
Some of
last
them
time
have
you
been
saw
missing
them?
since I started here.
Really? Oh.
Mm.
And is anyone looking for them? Are
Um,
they just on strike?
if they are, they haven't shown up in lost property.
Hmm. Very slight. And they're in the teapot. Okay.
And as you're having this conversation, you see that someone else is getting off the ride as Nox is as well. You didn't even realize that they were there this entire time. It was actually potentially one right behind Glitter. And you see this big bottle glasses, but it's actually this kind of green creature. They look humanoid, but there's something about them that their face looks kind of stretched, almost frog-like in appearance. They kind of got these webbed hands and this sudden blurry appearance as they hop off the unicorn horse, and they just suddenly speed up into the carnival, like at blistering speeds.
Oh my goodness.
And
Who's
as they
that?
go, they leave these kind of swampy puddles with each footstep, and you
Ooh.
hear a distant croak as well.
That was a
Is
frog?
that someone who works for the carnival? A friend of yours?
No idea what that thing is.
I
I,
Hmm.
I don't know why,
although
but I don't like him.
I've
Them.
I've heard
It is
my.
very rude, if nothing else, to not say hello.
It would make sense though. I've heard children shouting that some of them on the ride. They've said that a frog stole their favorite toy or stole their stole like their
Well,
hairpins
that
or
settles it for me.
Oh, the frog is April.
you've
That
seen this creature once before, Tarquin, but I don't think you remember it.
I
'Cause
specifically don't remember because that was
no,
some.
you don't. It
But
was wiped from your memory.
that's why he's saying. I don't know why, but I don't like that guy.
Mm.
Go thing frog. Just gonna go
mean,
frog.
if-
Don't like that froggy thing.
If the frog is taking things from people, we know that there's Sopig, we know that there's obscurity. That must be April. There's 3 of them, right?
Huh.
And they're taking
Yeah,
things
you're
from
right.
people.
I would have thought they had more of a June, but what can I say?
They may be
Ah.
There you go.
September.
Just so you can see the image again. It's that kind of creature in the top left there, kind of
Yeah.
squatting on the
Hmm.
tree, very bug-eyed.
Chances are very good that whoever that particular creature is belonged to, as far as the hags are concerned, knows that we're sort of getting onto them.
Now we're sitting right behind me.
Maybe you had an interaction with them before.
Are you missing anything?
Only the key to my pocket watch.
But you are missing something. We're all missing something, I think.
Yeah, but check to see if there's anything else, if it took something else.
From the
Rodolfo
horses,
checks
you
his
mean?
wallet.
Tarquin will check his person to make sure that nothing was stolen by this strange frog person.
Yeah.
You check all of your pockets and belongings, and everything seems to be in order, as far as you could remember. But I'll say that Diana gasps, and then it's like, "Oh no, another one's gone!" And sure enough, you look over to the horn, the unicorn it was sitting on,
no.
and one of its horns is gone.
Okay.
The only horn it had.
Okay. Don't normally go in for animal cruelty, but who wants to squash a frog?
I am absolutely with you with this. Livestock is not to be touched.
Yep.
And of course, not an actual frog, but just sort of frog-like in
Frog
mannerisms,
person,
hopping
frog-like
away.
thing.
Yeah.
Where did it head off to when it ran away? Do we see?
When it moved, it just left a blur behind. Like you couldn't even keep an eye on it. It's by far the fastest out of all these three, for sure.
Mm.
Whereas the shadow sort of floated with this almost ghostly like levitation, and Soapig was sort of dashing and much more frantic, pushing through the crowds. This one just sped away and left a green smudge in your vision, and it did leave like puddles, like swampy like puddles on the floor, but even they seem to be kind of drying up.
I mean, it almost weirdly almost seems like it's a solid liquid and a gas, because you've got like swampy water person, like solid just normal Soapig, and then you've got weird shadowy floaty person, kind of like a gas. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But
And
if
there
you
is a pig, a frog, and a moon. I don't know what that means.
nonetheless, though, it's gone whatever it is.
Diana, do you know what Widdershins means?
Out of character, do you know what it means, Sarah Jane?
No,
Sorry,
I was
do.
asking Diana.
Oh.
Diana.
Oh.
Okay. Diana,
Actually,
sorry.
what?
Diana, I'm gonna roll. You know what? I'll just let her roll to see if she knows. I've
Nope.
never heard of that. It sounds very strange.
Have any of you heard that term? Maybe you, Kettlestein?
Yes, so you have a watch, do you not?
Yep.
Kettlestein? I'll
What?
roll for Kettlestein.
Well, you know how the line moves around in only one direction, yes?
Yep.
We call this clockwise, because it
Okay.
is the way of the clock. Widdershins is the other way around, the reverse, the backwards.
Good to know.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
He shows off his own watch and says, like, to demonstrate, it's a fancy little gold pocket watch.
I look at my my sand watch.
Mm,
I have a sand pocket watch.
you do. You look at the sandwatch, and it is also displaying the hour of the day, which is now about 4, 5, probably about 6.
So why do you ask about
6 a.m.?
Widdershins?
Oh, sorry, not 6 a.m.
It-
It's 6th hour of the carnival. Apologies. What I meant to say is 10 p.m.
It was just something that one of the unicorns said to me, mentioned it, and I didn't know the word, so I can handle it
Diane.
later.
It was an old superstition in the old country that clockwise is good and Widdershins is bad luck. They would, if you ever stirred a pot of soup in Widdershins' direction, they would beat you horribly.
Huh.
Really? That's fascinating.
That's
yes.
interesting to know.
Many
Right.
things
Never
are bad
heard of
luck.
that before.
Right, I suppose.
Like being left-handed or red-headed. You know, bad luck.
I'm
Yeah.
left-handed.
Well, there you go. You see.
I'm bad luck, you're saying?
Traditionally.
No, but they would have beaten you black and blue in the old country.
That's mean. Well, glad I'm not there then.
So,
Before we go, Diana,
Mhm.
does anybody have any paper? Any scraps of paper really quickly? I want to write something down.
I
People physically
Right.
grabbing notes of paper.
I'm sorry, I don't have any on me right now.
Let me just take a quick
I
look.
think
Do I have any
do.
paper?
I think I might. Where is it going to be in my inventory? Inventory.
I mean, you do have
No,
a
I have.
ticket.
Oh, I do. I have parchment, ink,
I
and a
have,
pen,
yeah,
and a book.
Can I borrow your pen and a piece of parchment, please,
Certainly.
Rodolfo? Okay.
Yes.
I write down Scabbeth and Nightshade, Balvora, Bladestraw, and Edlin Moongrave on the paper,
Yeah.
and I show it to Diana, and I just say, well, which one is your deal with?
She points towards Granny Nightshade.
Granny Nightshade, okay.
Yeah.
Just so we know which one we to get you to fix you up a little bit, and to get you back into you and your horse, to their regular form.
There's a smile over her face, and that sadness behind her eyes dissipates for a moment as she says, "Thank you, thank you. Just beware of any." And she stops to think and tries to word it in a way that doesn't cause her pain, and she says, "Just don't make a bad deal like I did."
I've already made my deal, and well, it's getting dark, which means it's good for me.
Hmm. Okay. At this point, Kettlesteam's also come over to your pocket watch, Rodolfo, and is looking at it curiously, tilting their head from side to side and mimicking the tick tock noise. And maybe they're too showing their impatience.
Right. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna take the bridge to get back round. I don't know where we should probably go speak to Hurley. Is it Hurley or Burley that's still here?
It is Burley, and Hurley is missing.
We should go speak to Burley, see if we can get
I'll be
him
right
on
back.
side. And as I said, I'm going to go use the bridge. Don't know what I was thinking jumping at a boat. That was stupid. And I almost died because of it, which just reinforced my belief that water sucks.
Well, before we move on, Kettle Steam, I'm sorry I jumped you. I just I thought you were a bad guy, and it's nice to have you on our side. So hopefully you can let bygones be bygones.
Will
That,
you continue to travel with us? We can help each other. You have much information, and we have more people.
yep.
I
Did
suppose
we
I should.
lose Kettle Steam?
Oh, well, I think
We
Chris just said
we
he was going to be
lost
right back.
Chris.
And they do.
Oh,
And if
I'm sorry.
and if
And
Crow,
I was like, yeah, I just realized I was talking to a character who's not there.
and if Crow's a bad luck, then we should use that bad luck and put it onto our enemies.
I'm back.
Oh, we were talking to you because we didn't
Yeah, we were
realize-
talking to Kettle Steam.
Okay, Kettlesteam was ignoring you, just rudely ignoring you.
We'll start again. Kettle Steam, I'm sorry I jumped you.
I'm not.
Didn't realize you were a good guy, that you're going to work with us, and I hope you can let bygones be bygones.
Good guys,
You hear
maybe a
in
bit
a-
of a stretch.
You hear
fairness,
in a
very
sort of
suspicious.
motherly tone, you hear, there, it's all right, everything's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, will you be traveling with us? We would welcome your information. We can perhaps help you. There are many of us to help.
She looks around, and you can hear the mimicking of a clip clop sound, like Diana's hooves, effectively. And she seems to be mimicking that, and she does like a little circle herself, and then follows in line behind you, and makes a clip clop sound. Sounds like coconuts, in fact. But
And
yeah,
it must
she
have
does
been
seem to be.
Demacia.
She seems to be willing to follow you for the moment.
Very well. We will head to see Burley.
Okay.
What does the Tarquin, does the carnival close at nighttime? This is getting very late.
No, I mean, it's gonna keep going until the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch in a couple of hours, so...
Good.
That's right.
But let's...
Diana says, "That's right. The crowning is the last event of the carnival. It's where the one who's brought the most happiness and joy to the carnival is crowned, and they do one last sort of parade through the carnival."
Well, I'm sure this is very pretty. Let us go see Burley, and I would like perhaps
Yeah.
to see the goblins if we may, if there is time.
Which goblins we on about?
The goblins at the teapot
Ah,
that
yeah.
have been disappearing,
Yes.
just to see if yes.
What
Yeah.
else is back here? I mean, we saw the carousel, but what else? What else is around us? Does somebody have the map?
Tarquin, you have the map, right?
Yep. Tarquin lifts up his hat, unfolds it out.
Just to make sure you are
Is there
seeing the
anything
map, aren't you?
else?
Yeah.
We
Okay.
are.
So
I'm asking. I don't have it in character.
No, it's true.
We've
Yeah,
got
you're right.
We've got the feasting orchard nearby if we're hungry. There's of course the dragonfly ride if you want to have a little soar about. There's the gondola swans, but I'm not going near them with a 10-foot barge pole. And there's the Silver Song Lake if you want to go hear the actual performance of the mer person, Palasha.
You were gonna go. In fact, Kettlestein reminds you that you were gonna get the. Gonna give. He says in Candlewood's. Sorry, she says in Candlefoot's voice. I thought we were going to get my voice back to where it belongs.
Exactly. That's what we got to do first. Then we'll go speak to Pearl. But I'm gonna go walk on the bridge. So.
Okay, then we will. You seem to be the one with the plan. We'll follow.
Yeah, we'll do that. See if Candlefoot's got any good things to tell us, and then we can go. In fact, reuniting Candlefoot with his voice, allowing him to do what he's planning to do, could be considered as bringing the most joy. So perhaps that'll help us get close to becoming the Witchlight Monarch, which could have benefits. But anyway, I just want to help my friend. So let's go, Kettlestein. And don't
hear
boil
Kettlestein
over.
turn around and say, "There could only be one."
That is true.
Yes, I think.
Tarquin's going to walk over the bridge.
All right, so Tarquin, you go around the long way. The others, you head straight out of this arch, and I'm gonna say because you are directly passing the Calliope, but it's worth a little visit on the way. So as you're heading past, bring that back. Yeah, you hear the Calliope again, the merry tune spilling forth from the instrument on the back of this brightly painted wagon. There's again this monkey monkey wearing a cloak covered with buttons, turning the handle at the wagon's rear, sending music into the air from rows of golden whistles. And as you watch, this goblin dressed as a ladybug toddles up to you as you're making your way past. Because you sprinted past last time, so I didn't get a chance to.
Well, I
stop you.
flew over them last time and dropped
You did fly over. They had probably little idea who it was, but yes, nonetheless, this ladybug goblin toddles up to you, and they're rattling a tin can. And you look at it, you can see that his two filled with buttons, and again you hear that same little rhyme as before. And it says, "Spare a button, if you please. I'll sew it next to all of these. I offer nothing in its place besides a smile on my face."
Button? Do we have any buttons?
Tarquin looks to his sort of waistcoat, pulls out his dagger, slices off a button, and says, "A button for a smile, well, that certainly seems worthwhile. So here's one from me to fill you with glee." And he flicks it into the tin.
Tarquin, that was wonderful.
Oddly enough, you also notice that this goblin is actually miming the entire time, and it's actually the monkey that's saying this from behind the wagon. And you see the monkey sort of says, "Oh, thank you," and it sort of gives a little wave, whilst the goblin does kind of give this big, goofy grin in your direction, Tarquin.
Tarquin just smiles in return.
I'm gonna take my backpack and do the same thing. Take a little knife, a dagger, and take one of the buttons off one of the pouch sort of strap areas, and give it to him and say, "I'm not good at rhyming, but here's a button anyway."
Okay, you hear the clang clang as the button falls into the pile, and once again you see the goblin smile, and it actually even starts to make sort of noises, almost in excitement this time. And it sounds very much like the monkey, which is weird because the monkey's the one speaking, and the goblin's now kind of just like.
I will do the same. I'll cut a button off of one of the pouches in my backpack and give them a button.
And it seems overjoyed at this point, and a massive wide-eyed smile is spread across this goblin's face.
Rodolfo
And,
is group shamed into doing the same thing. But he's gonna take a button from the inside of his jacket. So he sort of reaches in and pulls, like, you can hear it ripping, but you can't see where it's coming from. And he pulls out a little elaborate silver button and puts it in the tin.
He almost
Oh,
takes it back
Rodolfo,
out
that was
again just to
great.
look at it. He kind of runs off up to the monkey on the calliope and like rattles the tin like trying to show him. And he's like, "All right, yes, calm down. We'll sew them on lickety split."
Yes.
Well, I
Yes.
suppose I will have to explain that one to my wife.
Well, it may not be gold, but it certainly glitters, and that is sure to give them a titter.
This is pleasant enough. It's a innocent creature.
Exactly. I was thinking, Rodolfo, you wanted to go to the teapot, right, to speak to the goblins there, right?
Yes, just if only because the centaur said something about the goblins who usually do the handiwork, but they have been disappearing, and I wonder perhaps if I don't know if
Do you want to go
they
do
know
that
something.
whilst I quickly talk to Candlefoot? It doesn't need us all for that, so, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone, all that. No offense, Kettle.
Yes, very well. Yes, good.
I don't know. I mean, every time we've split up, bad things have happened.
Every time we stay together, bad things happen.
Every time I've split up, I've almost caught a bad guy.
Yeah. I'll go with Rodolfo because I haven't been to the teapot yet, so
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
go with Rodolfo
Then
to see that.
So,
I'll go with
also go with
Tarquin.
Rodolfo.
well,
Same
the
reasoning as
last
that.
time the bubble ride was kind of disappointing, but you know, the goblins themselves may be pleasant. Who knows?
Yeah.
It will be a short conversation, I
Well,
imagine.
then it looks like for us then it's tea time. Tarquin and Tanwen.
All right. Wave goodbye, Marigold. And you see the goblin dressed as the ladybug kind of give a big overly gestured wave with both hands, dropping the can on the floor. And you are on your way to the
You gave
teapot.
him a titter, and now he almost littered.
All right. So who's going where? Just drag your
We're
tokens
going
to
over
where?
to here.
We're going down here.
You're going down to the
Tanwen, you were
teapot. All right.
coming. Were you coming?
I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. I'm
Yep.
not sure how I got drug over there.
Yep. This is tea time. That's
Tea time already. So
it's a sub team in the Carnival cards. Tea time.
we're going to start with Tarquin and Tanwen here, because
Actually,
you're looking for
Kettle's
Candle
team should be with us as well. Get back.
Yep, my bad. Kelsey, get over here. There's this gnawing on a bone sound effect.
Yeah.
And you make your way to the kind of gloomy looking Hall of Illusions. There is a pair of halflings outside and Candlefoot's looking around nervously. It looks like they've just come back from the big top as well, right? So they've been milling around here for a little while now, probably chewing their nails away. And they do spot you approach, and they kind of waddle towards you, and they see Kettle Steam, and their eyes suddenly go wide, and they begin pointing and
Yep.
gesturing.
Yep. And Tarquin will say, "Well, Counterfoot, it's time to rejoice. I found the bird that stole your voice. Now they're going to give it back, and then you can do what you couldn't do because it lacked."
Candlefoot looks like a smile is already brimming across his face, and he bows in appreciation and probably admiration for your beautiful rhyme. Kettle Steam flutters over. They've still got these little butterfly wings on their back, and they begin conjuring a spell, and you see it all culminate towards a single feather round near their throat, and they pluck it from their neck, and there's this long black raven feather. It's kind of got this iridescent blue to it as well, and they bow their head to the floor and hand it gingerly towards Candlefoot, who thanks them and takes it back. And he looks at it for a moment, looks back and shrugs towards Kettlesteam, and Kettlesteam just makes noises back, and Candlefoot makes mimes back, and there's this back and forth of just nonsense between the two.
Do they need to like eat it or something, Kettle Steam? Or hold it against their throat, maybe?
You just see them
Track it
gesture
behind
towards.
an ear, like
They
wearing a feather.
It seems like they shrug as well, but they gesture towards their clothing, I guess, which is around their neck. And Candlefoot seems to try to like thread it through. And as it's happening, as he's sort of just fiddling around with it, trying to find a place to put it, is suddenly where he doesn't notice it himself. He's like, I really don't know what you want me to do with this. I guess I put it through here, or what do you want me to do?
Tarquin just leans over to Tanwen and counts 2 minutes. It's just like, let's see how long it takes him to notice.
Oh, I'm so indecisive. Oh, maybe I'll put it in my hat like a yes. Oh, or maybe maybe I tickled my nose with it. Oh no, that's foolish. Goodness. Oh, actually, it'll fit in my bouquet of flowers. Wait, am I? Is it? I'm not. Can you hear my thoughts right now? Is that what's happened?
Well,
can't.
I'll say it hasn't.
rolling
I'd
around.
say it hasn't tickled your nose, but it certainly seems to have cleared up a tickle in your throat.
Oh, thank you. Finally. Oh, that was starting to get frustrating. I mean, I know I am a mime and all. Acting is my career, but that was challenging. I'm so thankful you've saved the day once again. I don't know how to repay you. Do you need? I can teach you how to act. I can give you a miming lesson.
You know what I need as a reward for this?
Oh,
For you to go and do what you were gonna do before your voice got stolen. Because I
yes,
just
of
want to
course.
see you happy, mate.
Tarquin, I don't know what to say. Thank you again.
It's not to me you've got to say anything, is it? In fact, it's not saying things, it's giving rings that I think you've got to be doing.
As you're saying this, it looks like the halfling couple can almost overhear this, and the male halfling actually begins rummaging around in his pack. He like stops, sets down his pack, starts unwrapping it, and he's looking around for something in there. But they're off to the side. They're not necessarily in this
Yeah,
conversation. But
Tarquin
it seems like
just
you've reminded.
looks over towards them, just like, okay.
Canada says, "I'm going to go over there right away."
Yeah. And you, Kettle Steam, you're going to go with them. And you're going to apologize for what you did in the big top. And then you come right back.
But Dad,
I'm not having any
I
of your
don't
lip.
wanna.
You say sorry, or I'll paint you blue.
Huh? Blue? Paint me blue? It says in your voice.
Yep. How would you... I don't think you'd like to be a blue crow. That'd be weird.
More like a blue jay, I guess.
Exactly. Now, go apologize. And we'll make sure we get what needs doing done.
Kenwood's trying not to laugh out loud.
I was trying to think of a threat which just seems silly because he's not being overly serious about this. So it's like,
Yeah. See them waddle off, and Candlefoot says, as they're kind of going off, they're like, "So, Kinku can't. They don't have a voice of their own. Man, I know how it feels. I guess I can sympathize with you." And they seem to be going off, trying to make a little friendship happen between the two.
you know,
As that's happening,
yeah. Tarquin just sort of leans over to Tanwen. A Kenku mime would probably be a really good idea because they can't use their own words normally. So learning how to speak without words, that could be a good. That might actually be a good friendship forming there.
It's interesting. I'm going to have to give that some thought. I mean, I know that my parents use kind of a hand language when we're in the forest and we don't want to make any noises. So I guess it's kind of like miming, but I hadn't really thought about it.
Yeah?
as the Candlefoot wanders off, he does also say, "And if you want those miming lessons, take me up on them when we have time."
Exactly.
And he's off. So that just leaves you two and this pair of halflings. And sure enough, it looks like this halfling has reached into his bag. He's gone down on one knee, and it seems like he has got this box out with a ring in it and is offering it to the female halfling. And all that you see is she bursts out laughing, like in full stitches, holding her side and just pointing at the ring and then pointing at him. She's just like, and he is suddenly distraught by this. He's sort of like holding his temple. You can see beads of sweat. Like, his eyes are sort of shaking.
Tarquin's just gonna sort of wander over and just sort of look at the female and just be like, what's the joke? I appreciate a good laugh.
She snorts and can't hold back another laugh. And you see at this point he loses all what's the word, composure, and he just sprints away and pulls back the curtains and rushes into the Hall of Illusion. And she continues to laugh as well. And
I just sort of look at where she... Oh, no, it's not going to be something as simple as that, is it? Can I roll an Arcana check?
You can, yes. Or rather, yeah, you can make it Arcana. I was going to say history, but...
Yeah. I just sort of walk over to them.
I'll say if you know the spell. Hold on. What level is it?
It's a level 1 spell, so yeah.
You do know of the spell. You do know that there's somehow you'll need to figure out the connection as well.
Yep.
You can roll a history check in addition to this.
Dice don't fail me.
Okay. You know there's a spell called Hideous Laughter. You don't necessarily know it's hers, but she definitely looks like she's under some sort of effect because as she's turning to you, there's some sort of like perhaps pain in her eyes and worry, despite her literally laughing from ear to ear.
Yeah, Tarquin is going to walk over, look at them in the eyes, and then just flick them on the nose.
I'm gonna flick them, okay. Ow! Ow! What the? Ah! Wait, has it stopped? Oh my goodness! Oh, and she like rubs her cheeks. Oh, my face was hurting. Oh no! Where's
Well,
he gone?
he
He went into the hall.
yeah. Actually, go ahead.
Ruben, come back! Yes, of course. I'll marry you. No! She's suddenly distraught as much as he was. Oh no! I don't know what came over me.
You're under the effects
She's
of a spell, but that's all I know. I don't know why. But
yeah. No,
don't
as she moves out of the way, you definitely see something behind her. There is a wooden mannequin of a grinning, raven-haired young woman in witch's attire and a green flowing cape hovering inside the glass cabinet. And at the top of the cabinet, the sign reads, Tasha the Wizard, known for her hideous laughter. And that's when you kind of put it together, Tarquin.
Wow, he could not have chosen a worse place to propose. Try not to get lost. Because this is at love, I'll let you enter without a cost. Now run along into the Hall of Illusions.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
A
She
freebie
rushes in.
because stupid. And also, it's not my thing, and the actual person who runs it is buggered off.
Yeah, that is true. Oops.
But one proposal.
Okay.
I mean, he's gone to propose, so you proposing. It's a proposing thing. There's got to be a coincidence lined up here. Yeah. Well,
You're not even sure if she hears you, as she's already run in after her sobbing partner.
do you want to wait, see if they come out, or wait for the others to join us?
Well, do we want to wait for them to join us? We know where they are. We can go over there.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious to see how this plays out.
To be honest, so am I. But I didn't want to delay us.
I mean,
if you wanted to move on.
I mean, they're doing their thing at the depot. They know where we are. We can. And Candlefoot might come back, and I'd like to hear his news. So yeah, let's just wait here for a bit.
Is there a booth around us where we can get a drink or a snack?
That's a good question.
Yeah, there's plenty of them.
Safely.
Yep.
Safe drink and snack.
Yep, we'll
I've
just...
kind of learned.
Yeah, let's get a snack.
Yeah, for a ticket punch, you can actually acquire any kind of snack or beverage you'd like. There was a little list I had earlier, but
yeah, I'll spend a ticket punch for that.
Yeah, I'll spend a ticket punch for a drink and a snack.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Ticket and I need to punch.
See what you can get.
I got 5.
You know. Yeah.
All stands. Yeah, here we go. I found one. So there's also a game right here as you're standing nearby, called Guess the Number of Feathers. And you can see there is a cage with a strange creature in there. Looking at it, you'd think it to be a bird, but there's other features about it that kind of give off a stranger hint. You hear the guy standing next to you say, "Birds of a feather? But how many feathers of a bird? Step right up and guess how many feathers festoon this fiendish fowl." And you can make an intelligence check if you want to figure out what kind of creature this is. It looks like an oversized chicken, but his eyes are kind of beady and stare at it long enough, and you kind of get this. you get this kind of chill down your spine.
I
Normally
haven't a
everyone
clue.
so much yeah, okay, you have no idea what this thing is, but you definitely get an unnerving sense. And this witch hand just called it a fiendish fowl, so whatever it is, it's probably not a safe creature, hence why it's so caged up. And nonetheless, there's people looking over to it and they're like, they're kind of guessing 70? I'm like, afraid not.
Can we actually see the creature in order to
Oh yeah, you
guess?
can see it in full, yeah. It looks as watches you staring at it, it ruffles its feathers, spreads them out, and lets out this horrible screech sound as well.
I don't know, Tarquin. Have you played this game before?
No, not one of. I tend to prefer the ones which are more about the either, talking or doing something physical. Guessing and using my brain. That's a bit of a sore subject. Ain't got much up here, he says, tapping himself on the head. But does playing this game come as like part of our drink and food, or is it a separate
Oh,
thing?
this is a different stand, and I've actually found the food as well. You can pick anything from this list as part of your expenditure.
I'm gonna go for Fairy Bell Nectar for mine. That sounds nice.
I found some art for you as well. This is the creature you're looking at right now. Nasty looking claws.
I think I'd love to have a candied apple.
Yep. And you know what? Because I've got the sort of I've got tickets and we're nearing the end of the day, so I don't think I'll get to spend them anyway. I'll try a hole punch and give a go at guessing this.
Okay.
So you're sort of gonna observe and have a look over it.
Yeah.
So, Tarquin, before we start, did he say guess how many pin feathers or how many feathers? Okay.
Full feathers, yeah. It lets out a little screech again, scrapes its foot across the ground near you, goes right up against the cage. Oh, don't get too close. If you get a scratch from that thing, we'll we'll need some powerful magic to undo the petrification.
That lets me know out of character what I think it is, but
Yep. Any guesses?
Can I attempt to roll something to try to...
You can. It's an intelligence check.
Oh, God.
Let me just check. Yeah, I know. Those intelligence checks are rough for the month. If you've got investigation, I'll allow that.
Nope. Okay, intelligence check it is. Go intelligence.
It's not bad.
Oh, that's a good one.
It isn't bad, but yeah, the way it looks at you as you're trying to keep a distance as well, it's difficult to count. You physically can't. Your best guess is just to estimate and like a stab in the dark. The person previous like guessed about 70. But...
I'm gonna have a look closely, like just try to focus in on one of the feathers that I can see to see if it is actually a feather.
Yeah, they are feathers.
Okay. Based on my check, do I have like I can guess it's more than this amount sort of thing? So like I can go it's at least 50, for example.
Well, if you pass the intelligence check, you basically win the game. But I actually have a number in my head. And if you do guess that number, regardless of what you rolled, I'll just say, yeah, you got it. But the only other hint you've got is that the guy previous said 70 as a rough estimate. And with your 13, he probably isn't far off, you would imagine. but
Mm.
it wasn't correct. It wasn't on the money. And by the way, it's a very high. It's DC 18 for that. It's like really
Yeah.
hard. I mean, considering you're guessing the exact amount, it's probably a super big brain move. But...
79.
Oh, I'm afraid not. You're in the right ballpark, but not correct.
You want to have a go, Tanwen? You've got sharp eyes. Maybe you can tell.
Sure. I'm gonna guess.
Before you guess, you do get to roll. So
Oh,
yeah, you can still take a guess.
an intelligence check.
Unless you've got investigation.
I'll allow.
Do I have?
Yeah, I'll allow investigation.
If it had been perception, I probably
Nope.
could have smashed this, but
No, I don't have investigation, so it'll
Okay,
have to be an
just a
intelligence
straight
check.
intelligence check. Yeah.
nah.
You're gonna have to guess as well.
75. You seem like somebody who likes even dividable numbers.
I do, yes, but I'm afraid this carnival works in strange ways. I'm afraid that's not correct.
Nah,
All
well,
Hey,
what can we
you've
do?
got 4 punches. If you want to click your tickets, just to make sure they
Yeah,
do.
I just tapped the number down, so I've got.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can do that.
I did too.
Yeah, I've got
no,
3
I
left.
think I'm gonna hold. Yeah, I've got 4 left, and I think I'm gonna hold for other games.
All right.
All right then. No worries.
Tarquin turns round with his
No worries. Okay, yeah, you
nectar.
wait here for about
Yep.
a few minutes now as you're eating your snacks. No one has come out of the Hall of Illusions.
You know what? Tarquin's gonna walk over to the entrance and just sort of open up and peek his head in.
Okay. We are gonna go back to the others real quick as you do that, and we'll return back to see what you see as you pull back the curtain, because they've been in there for a little while now. So getting worrying. So back to the other guys. You've headed to the bubble pop teapot, so I'll drag you to that map. And you're back with the goblins and Treacle Wise, a little goblin with the kind of wizard hat. Oh, look, you're still all in your little bubble around you. There we go. So Xaxx, Nox, and Rodolfo.
And Rodolfo, yeah.
And that's it. There you go. You approach the
Nox is
goblin.
with us too? Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, Nox
there's
is here.
Yeah, okay, good. Yep.
Ah, welcome back. You didn't see that eighth goblin anywhere, did you?
Which goblin? Who's missing?
Oh, Blot. Don't worry if you didn't see him.
No, we have not seen any goblins outside of here. We understand several of you of your compatriots are missing.
Oh, just the one. He's
Just the
skiving.
one.
He's
How long has he been skiving?
What does skiving mean? Sorry, I don't.
Don't speak Cockney. It means to avoid work. Sort
Yeah,
of.
sorry,
sneaking off,
I'm not from this part of the world, so the language barrier
playing
sometimes hits me.
hooky. Thank you. Yeah, playing hooky is the best one.
Okay. I haven't. You're the first goblins that I've seen today, actually. So.
No.
Did you say how long he had been missing?
No, he's only been missing a few hours. It's not big.
Is this something that happens a lot with your stuff?
Yeah, every now and again, if
Hmm.
one of them gets, Scotch mist.
Scotch mist?
Ah.
Does this mean drunk?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Is it another language thing? I have a feeling we should have brought somebody who speaks the goblin language.
I think it's another like a dialect.
Maybe.
I'm
fact, now
going
that I
on
think about
context
it.
clues largely. Mm.
Now I think about it, that's exactly where he's gone, isn't he? Probably gone to
Wait,
get Scotch mist somewhere.
where does one go? I did not see any bars or winery.
Where can you get a tumble down the sink? Probably the feasting orchard.
Oh, we should have gone to the feasting orchard. We were right there.
Yes, indeed. I have been wanting a drink for some time. That is fine. So the other thing I wanted to ask. Do are you also from the Feywild? I understand several employees at the carnival are from the Feywild.
Hmm.
Do you
Yeah,
have a way of getting home?
we have some ancestry there, but we've populated all over the world now. Goblins can live in caves, mountains, you name it. There's almost a goblin for every type of terrain. We have
But
found
your
our home.
family specifically.
Our family is from Prismere, but we joined Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, and we've been happy here. It's our little home away from home, you could say.
Hmm.
There are other goblins, though. We do know of a big bunch of them. They're in what's his name? He turns over towards the others. What's his head? What's his head? Something. Oh man, he's coming to me. They basically run a little goblin market.
In the
Pris-
carnival?
No, in Prismere.
Oh, in Prismere. Oh, it's a place in Prismere called Watershead.
Oh no, his name is.
Watershed.
No, it's the place is called Loomlurch.
Loomler.
Loomlurch.
Loomlurch.
Yeah, I know they
This
run a
is-
little goblin market there.
Do you know how we could get to this Loomlurch from here?
Mm,
We're very
not
interested
from.
to.
Well, you
Well,
said it's in Prismere, right?
it is.
So we have to get to Prismere first to get to the Goblin Market.
Oh, of course.
That's-
And how do we get to Prismere?
With a penny come quick, I would imagine.
Any come? Oh, we have to pay for it. We have to
No,
bribe
some sort of
somebody.
trick.
Oh, a
It's a
trade.
trick that the owners know. A well guarded secret. They've got some sort of power over the carnival to transport it from here to. You know, I'm really not too sure how he does it.
Okay. Well, we need to talk to the Miss. Is it Mr. Light or is it Mr. Hand? Oh, Mr. Witch. Sorry.
They're it's separable. They're almost joined at the hip. Some would say.
So we talked to one of
Well-
them, or we talked to both of them, and they'll tell us how to get there.
That'd be my best guess.
Oh, well. And if we should happen by the Goblin Market, is there anything we can pick up for you on the off chance we happen to come back? Anything you can recommend, perhaps?
You know, it's been a long time since I've been there, but I guess they sell all kinds of stuff. But no, don't pick us up anything. Just say hi to Chucklehead for us. Oh, that's it, Chucklehead. He just remembers as he's sort of going through the motion.
Chucklehead is the goblin you're looking for?
No, Chucklehead's the one
Wait.
that runs the market.
Runs
He's
the
the
okay. Jeez, I'm getting confused here. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, Blot's the one that's missing. He's probably by the feasting
Blot.
orchard.
And if we
yeah.
find Blot, you want us to send him back here?
Yeah, if you could, please. Yeah.
Okay. And what do we get if we get him back here?
Oh well.
A
I'll
little
tell you
reward,
what.
maybe.
No, I've got something for you. I've got another packet of scatterleaf tea. If you
Oh,
get him
I'll
back,
take that.
yeah,
Done.
I'll give you some more of that.
Done. Done. Can I get inside one of the bubbles?
You could have a bubble ride if over there if you like. Yeah.
I'm gonna use a bubble ride to get over to the. Yeah, I'll do that.
Sure thing.
May I ask,
And
what
go
is
on.
this? What is this meditating monkey in the bottom of the page? This
He's the
is
one who designed this here pop. Look, it's got
very,
his signature on it.
very impressive.
He's
Well,
yeah, he's
please
quite
pass
the
my
artist.
congratulations. I think I will walk. I have been in the bubbles once. It was enough for me. But yes, Xaxx,
Right.
certainly, please enjoy.
Yeah, I didn't get to go up in the bubbles before, and I really would like to do that. And then I can find blood at the feasting orchard.
Yes,
Oh,
it is very pleasant.
I will
You
say
go by
actually.
air, I will go by foot.
Well, since I've got 12 punches left because I got the extra ticket, I'm join Xaxx in a bubble.
12 punches. Oh my god, Nox, you're
Oh,
like rolling in it.
rolling in the bubble.
Do we get our own bubble? Or can we pair up? Because maybe Nox and
You,
I can take the same bubble over.
yeah, I've not tried that before, but you could probably fit in there. Let's
Yeah, let's
give it a shot. Let's hold on
try
to
it.
each other.
I'm not very tall, and Nox is not very tall. Well, you are tall actually, are you?
I'm
Oh.
taller than I was as a kid. I can't even remember how tall I made Knox.
Well, I'm still child size, so.
By the way, when I say chucklehead, he's anything but a chuckly kind of guy. And when I say hi to him, what I really mean is give him a piece of my mind. Because chucklehead's a bit of a, well, put it plainly, bit of a dick.
Oh,
Partly
what
why
makes you
I
say
never
this?
did business with him. That's why
Hmm.
we came here instead. Couldn't get on with the market. He's rules with malice and greed. That's all he cares about. So yeah, be careful of him. He's a piece of work.
Just as good to know.
This is noted.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
And
mess
were
with him.
you forced out, or did you come out of your own willingness?
We chose to leave.
Hmm.
New management kind of sucked a bit.
Yes, I find sometimes that running a business is all about the money, but you have to forget. You cannot forget the people as well. This is the key to running a long-term successful business, I think.
And you'll know him when you see him. He's the
Hmm.
one with the giant apple on his head.
Giant apple on his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hence how he got his name Chucklehead. Anyway, in you go. And he opens up the door. And let's the two of you hop inside and ride the bubble. And if Kettlestein was here, oh man. Oh, welcome. You know, I'll tell you out a game. If you guys had returned to the bubble pop teapot a second time, there would be absolute chaos. Kettlesteam's plan is to turn the bubbles into acidic bubbles, and when they pop, they would like literally rain down acid,
Oh my!
ruining, yeah, ruining things. Thankfully, you stopped Calstein before they got up to too much trouble. But they would have had a strange mixture when they were in here. You would have seen like signs of like acrid formulas and potions that she had done to basically ruin the mixture,
Impressive.
muddle the mixture.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, though, it is clean, and you guys sail away in a nice new iridescent bubble. And you can give me a acrobatics check just to make sure you're going in the right direction.
Both of those?
No, one of you with advantage. You can work as a team.
Well, I didn't have advantage on that.
Yeah, you can roll it again then.
With advantage or?
Just one. This is your second roll, effectively. Oh lord.
Well,
Okay.
that's fucked.
Yeah. Okay, you can roll me a d8. Let's see which direction you're going off in. You might get lucky. If you rolled a 2, then you'll be going in the exact direction you need.
No.
No.
Nope. You're going 3, 4, 5. You're going straight down. Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Lord.
That's all on you now.
Oh,
I
jeez.
have no
Okay.
sense of direction.
Maybe we should have gone on our own. It would have been more easy to steer. But that's okay. We'll work as a team. Let's. Okay, so we're going. So we need to go to that direction over there, where we came from, basically.
The sad
Indeed.
thing is, my acrobatics is one of my stronger attributes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
But
sad.
it's probably because there's 2 people in this bubble. It's making it tricky, as you're probably tripping over them. And when you see like 2 hamsters in a wheel, and one of them's running over the other one, as it's just getting sent in a
That's what
tailspin.
we're doing.
Basically, in one of those big hamster ball things.
Yeah, we don't want to cross the river.
I'll say before you get there, you can give it another shot and roll again.
Okay, I
It's
will
on
give it a
you,
try
that.
this time. Acrobatics,
Yeah.
and I do control to do it.
It should be shift for advantage. Oh, that's way better. That was disadvantage, but we can see the 20, so that's what it was.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
just
Yeah.
go with that.
You're all good. This time you kind of counter the movement of Nox by jumping onto the other side of the bubble and running in the opposite direction. Nox then sort of spins around and begins running in tandem, and it works really well if you kind of lock shoulder to shoulder, and both of you begin spinning it in the right way. And sure enough, you make up for some lost time as well with that 20. So you drift, you
There we
catch up
go.
to Rodolfo, who's going on foot, and you'd think that they would arrive later than you, but it seems they're already ahead of you. Okay, so you're getting to the feasting orchard, weren't you? Okay.
Feasting
Nearly
orchard,
okay.
and landing as close to that giant piece of pie as possible, right in the middle of it.
Okay, there is indeed a giant pie. As you descend closer and closer, you see there seems to be a half-orc sitting opposite a small child in a spider costume, and that pie is your point of reference. Let's see if you can aim straight down onto it. Give me one last acrobatics check. This is
Straight
actually to
roll?
land on it. Yeah, same roll. 16. Yeah, that'll probably do it. You land right next to these two. I'm gonna put you either side of the bench here. You land as the bubble pops, kind of showers the others, and a little bit of those little drips. It stings their eyes. I'm like, hey, what? And you land straight back into the seats next to them. As you land, the pie probably bounces off the table and lands in front of you guys instead.
That was a good trick. We welcome everybody to my show.
The half-orc looks over and he's like, what? He's got these kind of big bottle glasses and he doesn't even notice that his pie has been replaced with a loaf of bread. He's like, this pie tastes very bland.
I'm gonna start eating his pie.
Meanwhile, the child in the spider costume is like, hey, wait, that's mine. It's my pie.
Well, it's in front of me, so I clearly paid for it. I'll give you
What?
half, though.
You give me half? No deal. And he tries to snatch it back, and he fires a web towards it out of his butt.
What?
Ah,
Oh.
it misses. Yeah, it
He
misses.
was just dressed as a spider.
Yeah, he's clearly some sort of really good cosplayer because he's got a working web attack that shoots out of his butt, and it misses the pie as you kind of snatch it away. He's like, no, my
What's
pie.
happening?
I'll remember this betrayal.
I will
Can you,
take
like, roll
half
for
the
me?
pie and I will give him the other half. Back.
Okay.
There you go. I'll see. I'm being nice. I'm giving you half of my pie.
I'm pretty sure the other half belonged to Mr. What's your name again? It's gluten free.
Gluten free? Well, you got the bread there, so
Is it?
You might get a bit puffy.
yeah. You drink some water to settle your stomach, maybe. That'll help.
Oh, yes. He pulls over one of the waiters. You see pixies flittering around, preparing meals, and waiters come to and fro. And as you look around, you start to see loads of other people here. And you can give me a quick perception check to see if you spot said goblin.
Nope.
The pie's too good. Too distracting. This pie is too damn good.
I'm supposed to be
Wow.
good at perception.
Rodolfo can. Oh god, no! Even that.
Can I
Even
can I do an
7 didn't-
investigation since I'm actually actively looking for him?
Yeah, you can switch up your search and start asking
Yeah.
questions.
I'm gonna Oh no, that's still terrible.
That didn't work.
I'm like I'm patrolling around looking for a goblin, which should be bloody obvious, but somehow I'm missing it.
You would think, but apparently he's quite well disguised. Because the only thing you come close to, that you ask around, they're like, goblin. I haven't seen a goblin. No, there's like a bullywug over there though.
No,
That's the
it's just
closest
you
thing,
know
right?
you know a goblin. We're not looking for anything else. It's
I'll
very
just
specific.
ask for his name. Just shout, hey, Blot. I'm just gonna shout as loud as I can. Hey, Blot, where are you at?
You hear one cough and there's someone clearing their throat.
I will. Oh, there's some beep. Somebody's dinner's ready.
Yep.
Okay.
Round up. Another pie is ready. Oh yes,
Another
my
pie.
one. I ordered 2.
I'll go over to where the coughing was when I shouted for Blot and make my way there.
You kind of head in that direction. There's a stool. You see a small halfling who's also just they're just standing up. They've just finished their meal, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you can take my seat."
Thank
I'm
you.
finished.
Okay, I'll sit where they were. Okay, great, thanks. Are you Blot the Goblin? You're supposed to be
Me?
over at the teapot area.
No, I'm Bold the Bullywug. You can roll an insight check.
Yeah, I like to.
You've never seen a bullywug with quite so big ears before. I'm gonna roll his perception real quick. Ooh, yeah,
Oh.
you can just about tell he's definitely not a bullywug.
Well, your little disguise is pretty good, I have to say. I'm hard to fool, but I know a goblin when I see one, and I think you're a goblin. So we've been told by your boss that you were doing some sort of term that means you're skipping out on work, and I can't remember what it is right now. But we need to get you back there. They need your help. There's so many people that are lining up at the teapot, and they're just shorthanded. They're struggling right now.
And hold on, what if I cut you a deal? Specifically, a cut of this here pork. It's delicious. I'll give you a sirloin.
Give me a sample first, and let me see if it's any good, and then I'll make my decision. How about that?
All right, a sample it is. He gives you one of those small round cuts. It's delicious.
It's pretty good. Okay.
It's like salted and chewy.
How about this? I got some pie here. I have like a quarter of a pie here, and I'll give you that quarter of the pie if you give me some more of that pork.
What? I'm trying to trade you this so that you never saw me.
Oh, I'm still gonna take you back to the teapot area. I made a deal. I already made a deal with them.
Nah.
But I want some more of that pork, and I'll trade you some pie for some pork.
Wait, is that Snurg's pie?
It's some pie that I ordered and paid for.
I mean, sure. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll do it.
Right, great.
I heard this pie was summoned using some sort of powerful ritual, but
It's real good pie. I mean, all the food in this place is real good. Everything. It does magical things.
it tastes like. It tastes like space and time. That's the only way I can describe it.
I mean, I tasted blueberries, but yeah, space and time works too.
Well, maybe I just drank too much.
That could
And you
also
do see
be the
there's
case. And I do
there's a
love
ball on the bench.
blueberries. That's okay. I do love blueberries. They're fantastic.
There are probably about 3 empty bottles on the bench and one in his other hand as well. And he's like hiccuping, probably making some bubbles of his own. All right. Yeah, he kind of gets up off the chair. Can you?
I have something that can help with that, maybe. Actually,
Oh.
well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe it'll help, maybe it won't. Actually, no.
What have you got?
I'm gonna save it. I don't want to use it.
That's why you said you had something to sober me up.
Yeah, I thought I had something that could help your situation here, but it looks like it's not gonna work quite as well as I had thought. How about this? I'll
Anyway,
buy
I'm
you
skipping.
one more piece of food, and then we head back to the teapot. We gotta go now.
All right, deal. I think it costs a ticket punch though.
Yeah, I got plenty of ticket punches.
All right, nice. All right,
What do you
hey,
want?
everyone, round on Xaxx here.
Yeah, sure. Round for me and for Blot, the goblin.
All right, so you see, the ticket is punched, and you're brought a contest's worth of treats and pies.
See? Lots of food.
He stuffs his pockets and his mouth, and he starts waddling off. He's like, "All right, okay, I'm good."
All right, let's head back. Nox, Rodolfo, we're heading back to the teapot. We gotta move quick though. What's the fastest way back?
We don't have a bubble anymore.
Directly to the fairgrounds, I think.
Maybe, yeah. To be fair, the bubble didn't work out quite as well as we had hoped.
Yes, it's kind of a disappointment as a ride, isn't it? It seems like it would be very nice, but
it would have been a lot of fun if we could. Yeah, we're not that great at driving, it seems. But we'll get better.
Before
We'll
we
try
go,
it again.
can I look around the little cafeteria here and see if there's anybody who looks out of place or anybody who looks shifty or who's trying to avoid being seen?
Yeah, okay. You can give me either an investigation or a perception check, your choice.
I will do investigation. Crap. It's terrible.
Not by the looks. If there was, you'd imagine it'd be Kettle's team, and they'd probably be causing all kinds of chaos here. But it seems like, I guess, out of place. There are. No, actually, you know, everything looks pretty.
I mean, I guess
up
in a
and up.
circus, everyone kind of looks out of place, so no one is out of
Yeah.
place.
I was gonna say there's some that look very fantastical and like they're wearing like this almost Technicolor dress, but then that fits really well. There's a half orc, but then you can see there's another half orc, so they're not like out of place. One of them looks quite elderly though, but he's here for the food, so he's fine. He's not here for the like rides and stuff.
Yeah.
No, it looks pretty much all in order here, I'd say.
Is there anyone who's not eating?
Yeah, that half orc we stole the food from.
This
He's eating his bread now.
Oh, yeah.
There's an elf that looks like they're a picky eater, but I
Mm.
wouldn't say they're not eating. They're just a picky eater.
Okay, but everyone is like their
Everyone's
attention is on
stuffing down,
food or waiting for food or finishing food or whatever. Okay,
definitely, yeah.
it's
They're,
worth
it's all you
asking.
can quaff.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the
And
Before
feasting
we
orchard is
go,
nice. Oh, yeah?
I'm gonna give Nox. Do you want some of this food that I just bought? I got a game's worth or a competition's worth of food here.
You do.
I got lots of food.
yeah, I don't mind digging in.
Yeah, take some of it, and then I'm gonna go give the rest of a bunch of it over to the old guy and the child that we stole the food from before.
Yeah.
Aw, thank you. Your
See,
friend is snag.
I am I'm gracious, and I'm giving you more food to make up for the food that you stole from me.
What? Okay, you know what? I'm not going to argue at this point. Free food's free food. So, thanks.
Free food's free. There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Look, Mr.
Okay.
10-free, more pie.
More
And
pie
they
and some other desserts too, because it was a whole bunch of stuff. So there you go.
yeah, he seems pleased. And 10-free's like, huh? Who's going to cry? And that's the little feasting orchard done and dusted. You head back, and the 8 goblins are reunited. Although he probably staggers most of the way, and it takes some time to get him in a straight line towards the the actual bubble pop. But Treacle-wise is nonetheless pleased, and he's like, "Well, thank you kindly, there, Xaxx. You've definitely earned this. Here you go. And you know what? Where is it? Leaf tea. You know how to use this?
I drink it. Do I make tea with it and then I drink it, or is tea already and I drink it?
No, you want to scatter it around you, but there is some drinking involved. You get a free cup of tea as part of it.
Oh, so I scatter the leaves around me and then I drink the tea.
That's right. And so long as you're
Awesome.
inside that circle, you'll be protected from all otherworldly type creatures.
Oh,
You name it.
Very useful.
Elementals, fae, fiends. God forbid you could run into any of those demons or anything like that.
well, you never know what you could happen at the carnival. Anything could happen, right?
Oh yeah, they got cockatrice caged up over there, so yeah.
I even saw a swan that could talk.
Oh yeah, they're awakened. They're actual beasts, but
Oh,
I
really?
think
Oh,
they're
okay. Well,
native to the Feywild, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Anyway, he hands you a small little pouch, and
thank
in your
you.
inventory you should see Scatterleaf tea now.
Scatter leaf tea.
Yeah, should be on your inventory.
Oh, did you put it there already?
Yeah, should see it.
Oh, it's there already. Yes, I do see
There
it.
you
Okay.
go.
Cool.
Nice. All right. You can hear singing from the Song Lake from probably here. But other than that, oh wait, no, you headed back to the bubble pot, so I'll drag you there. Anyway, we're gonna head back to the others now, to the Hall of Illusions.
Mm.
Yeah, do that. So many handouts open. All right. Yeah, things have got a little bit worrying that they haven't returned in 10 minutes, 20 minutes. You've probably lost track of time with the how many feathers you were trying to count. Nonetheless, you kept your eyes trained on them the whole time, and there wasn't any sign of those tent flaps opening again.
Sinric?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Did you lose me?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
So they're trying to speak, but nothing's lighting up for them.
Hello?
I can hear you,
can
Chris.
hear
Oh, you can hear me.
Yeah,
Can't hear Brandee.
I can hear you.
Brandee? We can hear you, I think.
Don't think we can anymore.
No, you're lighting up, but you're not saying anything.
Oh no, Brandee, her voice has been taken.
Uh-oh.
It's
Cal
just
seems-
another reason we need to get on top of this Soap Pig and Obscurity. They're running muck of everybody.
Mm.
Tanwen
Speaking
can't
of-
even speak anymore.
Poor Tanwen.
Speaking of... Tarquin, are you attempting to...
Yeah, he's peeking his head in.
Okay. Don't know if you saw what you saw.
I saw multiple versions of Ruben briefly.
Okay. Let's pretend you didn't see that.
Yep.
Okay. Now you should see what you see.
I see black.
Cool. That's better. That's what I like to hear. All right. Sorry, Brandee. Are you back? No, she's not. Sadly. Try typing into the chat if you're having trouble. Oh, now, yeah. Nope. Okay. So I'll just describe what you see briefly whilst we're sorting that out. Tark, when you enter in just a foot or so past the curtain, you see there is that halfling ahead of you, and he seems to be just standing perfectly still, and he's staring into his own reflection. Can't hear all of us. Maybe try. Oh, you can't hear me. Let me just reply to her.
I'm back.
Oh, you're
there
back.
we go.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I apologize. Technical difficulties.
Okay, no problems. All right, so you're right behind Tarquin. He's poked
Okay.
his head through, and he spots Reuben, the halfling, staring into his own reflection. And there's something about his reflection. You can't see it from this angle. There's something odd about it. And he's probably just as mesmerized as you are because he's standing like a statue looking at it. And you can see there's these shifting images all over the walls. There's probably just this light show, but maybe enchanted by these fairies that have created this pool of color that's constantly waving over the tent itself, and it makes the mirrors reflect mesmerizing like patterns everywhere you look.
Ruben, can you hear me?
He doesn't seem to respond.
Okay, I'm going to try to walk up to him.
Okay.
Or where I can see him and just sort of...
Yeah, you can move your token up. And I'll ask, what's Tanwen doing as Tarquin's now entered the Hall of Hall of Illusions?
I'm not going to abandon my friends. I will follow Tarquin into the Hall of Illusions.
Okay. As you've got both fully in, you can't help but notice your reflections to your left and right. They seem to be reflecting you guys, but 8 years earlier. Tanwen, you see yourself as a young
There's
human.
my
Yeah.
Tarkles.
You
Oh my
see, you're
gosh, you
holding it.
look like you're Tarkles again.
To be honest, I don't think I've changed
About
that much.
About that. Tarquin looks different, completely different in the reflections. He looks like a young boy. He's still kind of suited up in the same attire, like smartly dressed with that little hat that he still has. But he's very clearly a human boy in the image.
Wait, look in that one. You're a human boy. Oh my god. Is that what you would look like if you turned into a human? Oh wow. You're mighty handsome for a young man.
Tarquin sort of looks at them for a moment and just doesn't say anything and just shrugs.
Tanwin, you look like 8 years younger, just as the same day you set off from your home, but in your hands there's something you're holding, but it's obscured. Like
Samantha.
yeah,
Oh, I bet
it,
you it's Samantha. And oh, I can't see. I wish I could see her in the mirror. Oh, and I'm gonna pretend I'm hugging her. Even if I can't see her, I'm gonna shut my
yeah.
eyes and just in my head hug Samantha.
As you kind of mimic this motion, your reflection seems to be hugging something that's kind of misty and blurry, and it seems to escape the grip of this young child, and you see them almost burst into tears. And Tarquin, you see your reflection checking the time on their stopwatch, and as you get very close towards Ruben now, I'm going to say that you actually can see perhaps from this angle. He's only a halfling, so he's quite short. Tanwen would definitely be able to see over the top of them. They see, instead of Ruben's reflection as a young person, you see there is a little girl. And yes, before you ask, she is indeed wearing a pig mask, just like So Pig. And she seems to be beckoning Ruben towards the mirror. Just
I'm
a little closer.
I'm gonna quickly
Uh,
run
One
up
more
and grab
skip.
hold of Ruben on the back.
As you run up and grab what you think is Reuben, you come face to face with a mirror and your hand slaps against it. And you hear Sophie giggle with delight. You fell for it. That was so easy.
Well,
what is Tanwin seeing at this point? Am I still seeing Tarquin? Or has Tarquin disappeared when he slapped the
No,
mirror?
you see Tarquin. He's literally gone right up to the wall of where he thought the real Reuben was. Turns out it was just a mirror.
Okay. Um, can I see behind Tarquin? I mean, is like the mirror reflecting something behind him? Or
Um, I would say, yeah, you can see Sopig is now reaching towards Tarquin.
I'm gonna rush over and try to grab Sopig then. If she's behind Tarquin and trying to grab Tarquin.
Okay, yeah. You reach over, try to grab a hold of her, and you come face to face with a mirror as well, and your hand just hits glass, and you hear Sopig go, and that's 2 for 2! Oh my god! A reflection suddenly disappears around a corner.
Drat.
Too easy.
Drat. Okay, that's it. Tarquin, I saw Sopig. Who did you see?
I saw Ruben, and I saw him going towards the mirror, and then I saw Sopik in the mirror, almost like beckoning him.
All right. So we can't trust what's reality and what's a mirror in this maze. So, I
Yeah.
wonder if one of us should tie a handkerchief or something around their eyes so they're not fooled by the illusions and can reach out and touch and see if they can feel what's real while the other one tries
Well,
to guide.
I'm pretty good with my senses, hearing and
Well,
smell.
I'm asking huge trust of you, Tarquin. I can put a blindfold around my eyes and let you lead me through or guide me through. I'll reach in front of me and tell you if I can feel anything.
Yeah, we can do that if
Got
that's where you want to go.
Okay. Then yes, I would like to try to get through this maze. I'll see if I can what I can feel in front of me, and I'm going to use my quarterstaff to kind of scoot the ground like a blind person and tap things. And if I tap something, I'll try to reach out and you tell me if you see something where I'm tapping.
Right.
And then I'll try to reach out and feel it and see if it feels real or if I'm just touching a mirror. All right, Tarquin, well, you tell me which way to go. I'm going to tie a blindfold around my
Yep.
eyes using a handkerchief in my backpack, and then Tarquin's going to follow while I tell me which way he thinks I should be going.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're going to try to do.
All right. Sure. Tanwen, you're just walking into the wall, but you feel yourself moving around past one wall, and it wraps around. You've got
Okay, so I'm doing
probably multiple directions.
my quarterstaff like tapping in front of me. I
Hmm.
feel both the walls, Tarquin, but I'm not feeling anything directly in front of me with my quarterstaff, and I've got my other hand out, kind of doing in front of me, and I don't feel anything at chest high in front of me. So I guess I'm going to try to go a little bit forward. Do you think you see anything in front of me?
Yep. Tarquin is having a look to see if he sees anything.
You see multiple directions. There's a big open space. You could go to your right. You could go to your left a little bit, or there's a space ahead that then wraps around a corner as well. You've got sort of three directions you can go in.
I feel a big open space, Tarquin. Which direction do you want me to go?
Well, let's. If we hug the left wall and just follow that round, then we should then basically find our way through without even if we hit dead ends, we'll still follow our way through.
So how many steps in front of me do you think the left wall is?
So these triangles can make up 5-foot squares, we'll say.
Yeah,
So I'm going to walk forward, one arm stretched in front of me, the other arm holding my quarterstaff, tapping in front of me to see if I find anything on the ground or anything at chest level on my left-hand side. And until I tap into what I think is the wall. I'm going to confirm it's the left-hand wall. And I feel a wall right here, Tarquin. Is that what you're seeing in front of me?
He definitely had a wall, but
This is the wall you wanted me to be at, right? You want me to...
well, actually...
You'd have been wrapping around the left, right?
Yeah, so I was basically saying... Yeah, like, wrap around the left.
This corner.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to go... I'm so sorry. All right.
That's all right.
Hang on. I've lost myself. Okay, so you wanted me to hug the wall we were standing next to.
Yeah, which was on your left.
I can see that.
Okay, so I think I'm in a corner. Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Do you see anything in this corner?
Well, apparently I'm now seeing Xaxx and Rodolfo. They've just appeared.
Yeah. But then they're just so that you can all have a little look inside.
Yeah.
You do from this corner as you turn around, but just out of sight there is the couple, the halfling, and it's both Reuben and her to be and his to be, and again they seem to be staring into a mirror right now.
Okay, I think I'm hearing something ahead and to the right.
Yeah, it looks.
But I'm not sure. So I'm gonna feel my way along this wall.
Get back.
I don't see. Of course, I don't see anything. I'm blinded. But I've got my left hand on the left wall, and I'm tapping in front of me.
Yeah, I can see what looks like the two halflings staring into a mirror to the right of us. But if we follow round.
I'm just going to stop you a moment there. You said I hear something, but I never specified that there was sound coming from this corner. But in regards to that, I'll allow Tarquin, because you're both actually, you can both roll a perception check, because this is hearing based. Let's see if you actually do hear something in this corner.
All right, give me 1
second.
It's
still pretty not bad.
Yeah, you're not sure if you can hear them or not. Perhaps you can hear a slight giggling.
Yeah, I just said I heard something up ahead. I wasn't sure what it was.
As you turn the corner, you definitely see Pig's face once again appear in the mirror, and this time they've gestured even closer towards Ruben, who's reaching out towards Pig. And there's a moment when their like hands are almost about to touch, and you see the younger the female halfling. She's kind of grabbing onto his other arm and trying to pull him away from the mirror.
Tarquin, what's happening?
Um,
Tarquin?
I basically describe what I've just seen, basically.
Okay, shoot, can you lead me up there so I can see if they're real?
Yep. I will lead Tanwen towards them so that they can try
Okay.
to
I'm going to
tap them or
switch my
whatever.
quarterstaff. Yeah, I'm going to switch my quarterstaff to my left hand. So
Okay.
Tarquin can grab my right hand and lead
Yep.
me up there so I can see if I can feel if they're real or not.
Okay. Yeah, your quarterstaff reaches probably another square over, we'll say. So you don't have to be that close to
Okay.
them. You definitely feel the walls either side, and if you're sweeping from side to side, you would have probably hit something by now. And as you kind of lunge forward, you do prod the far wall, confirming that this is just all blank space. And you hear Sopig say, "Oh, you're running out of time."
Okay, Tarquin, I'm not feeling anything
Yep.
here in
Right.
front of me. Do you see them still? Should
No,
I be touching them?
they've gone. Right. I'm gonna grab your hand and I'm gonna lead them back this way
Mhm.
because we can see that that's
Okay.
like a dead end there,
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and then follow along the left wall again once we're back. Once I've got them both over here.
okay. Then what I'm going to do is switch my quarterstaff back to my right hand, start tapping, put my left hand on the wall, and start walking forward. I am feeling the wall, Tarquin, but I'm not feeling anything else.
Okay.
Are you seeing anything in front of us or around us?
Just more mirrors at the moment.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to keep going forward. Again, tap, 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 tap. Feel, feel, feel. It feels like there's nothing in front of me. Are we coming into another junction?
No, it's not quite a junction, but looks like that way's a dead end. So he grabs hold of the hand and leads them over here.
Wait. Are we sure it's a dead end?
Yeah, it would lead us back to the same place where we just were, basically.
Okay. All right. So you don't want me to feel along to make sure there's not a door along there?
Not yet.
Is this
I
guide?
feel
Okay.
maybe let's try to rule out the obvious first.
Okay. All right, Tarquin. Then I'm gonna switch my quarterstaff over. Take your hand with my right hand, and you lead me to the next place.
Alright, now follow this around on the left again, and we'll see what we can find.
Okay.
Okay.
You
So
feel two different directions. It can split left and right.
Alright, we'll go left first.
okay, doing the same thing. My hands on the wall. Have I felt any openings? Any?
You feel the wall and all the glass frames, and you eventually come into the corner, which for Tarquin is seeing a tug of war going on between the halflings. She is pulling with all of her life on the arm of her beloved, but it's not just fighting against Sopig. She's fighting against Ruben as well, who's willingly trying to enter the mirror that Sopig is beckoning from.
All right, Tarquin. I'm going to sweep my quarterstaff forward to see if they're real. So
go for it.
I sweep my quarterstaff forward. Am I touching anything, or is it again?
No, you disperse both illusions with your quarterstaff.
Okay, we haven't found them. All right,
And Sopig says, "You've fallen for every single illusion. You're too late. Too late. Too late. You snooze, you lose."
Well, Pig, wouldn't it be rude for us not to play the game properly and get to see all your pretty illusions?
All right.
You're seeing one right now.
Tarquin, what's next?
Right. grab hold of your hand again and I start leading you
Okay.
this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If what Sopig says is right, we might be too late, but let's hope not.
You hear a sobbing as you come around the corner of this one, and you see in the mirror, Sopig is giving a teasing little wave, with like her fingers sort of twinkling in the air, and already behind her you see Reuben, except he is way younger. He looks like a child skipping into a field beyond and a dark forest. It looks like he's just going freely, and he looks like there's joy and happiness about his kind of gait as he's skipping along. And Sopig is just kind of giving a little wave. The sobbing is coming from the halfling, the female halfling, who's fallen to her knees and is trying. She's got both hands up against the mirror, like almost clawing at them. And Sopig is just like, "Bye bye." Told you it was too late.
There's no such
Tarquin,
thing as too late, Sopig.
is this real or is this?
I'm gonna place a hand on what I assume to be the dwarf's real shoulder.
Yes, you feel a solid shoulder.
And
Okay,
yeah, I say blindfold off.
all right. I'm gonna pull the blindfold off and say, young
Oop.
miss, can you tell us what you saw? I know what we think we saw in the mirrors and what Tarquin described to me in the mirrors, but what did you see?
You're asking the dwarf who's
Yeah, the
sobbing
half
and trying to. Yeah,
the
sorry,
half
it's
elf.
the halfling. You're right. The halfling is sobbing and trying to fight back these tears. She says, "I tried to chase after him, but he, I, I have no idea what came over him. He just wandered into the mirror willingly, like maybe she put some sort of spell on him. But he looks different." And she's gesturing towards the mirror where you can see, yes, there is a childlike version of him just skipping into the forest. And Sopig is giving a little wave as though she's spinning, does a little curtsy, and begins skipping after him.
I'm so sorry. I don't I don't know what to say.
I can't get him back. She just pounds on the mirror.
Okay. She's gonna break that mirror, Tarquin, if she doesn't stop pounding,
Yeah.
and she's gonna cut herself and hurt herself.
I grab hold of her and spin her round to look at Tarquin in the eyes.
Yeah, she's real tears. So her face is intact. She doesn't look like she's had anything stolen from her, except, of course, her beloved. But she's just, I can't. She's like thumping still, and some of those thumps go against your chest instead of the mirror. But she looks like she's giving up and just sort of collapses into your waistcoat.
I let her cry against my shoulder, like gently, like trying to like soothe her and be like, right, listen here, miss. What's your name, first of all?
She fights back tears one last time and my name is Ween Sundapple.
Wing or Ween?
Ween, yeah, Ween, like Ween.
Okay.
Just call me Sundapple.
Right.
Terrible first name.
So that not doesn't matter. Names are names. They have power, but right now here's
Reuben.
Here's the thing, Miss Sundapple.
I should be a Sugarwood by now.
Well, Tarquin sort of gathers himself. He's just like, right. You listen to me, little miss. You are giving up far too easily. Right? But here's what I'm gonna do for you. Here's what I'm gonna do for you.
You gonna help me?
Yeah, if that pig-faced bitch has gone where I think she's gone, then she's going where we want to go. So here's what I'm saying. You don't give up hope. You go home. You get that home ready for the two of you. Perhaps even begin planning your wedding. Right? And I promise you, I'm going to get him back.
Sun Apple, do you have any family here? Are you and Ruben here by yourselves, or do you have family?
It was just us two. Yeah, we were going on this.
Anybody that can sit with you right now?
No, we came together. It was just us two, and I ruined it. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. I don't know what came over me. This is all my fault.
Tarquin told you it was a spell.
And I reckon that was little Miss Pigbutt's plan all along. She wanted to cause a rift, and by doing so, essentially cause him to then perhaps offer him, come here and you'll be happy, sort of thing, in order to get him to go.
That's what she was saying. I remember she said something like, all your dreams will come true or something, your happiness. She got further and further into the mirror maze, and I got lost. As I tried to catch up, it was already too late. She was pulling him through. I grabbed a hold of him, but and she was saying something like a poem. I don't know if she said it to mock me. Oh, I'm gonna roll to see if she remembers. Oh, I'm sorry. I was crying and screaming for his name. I think I tried to drown her out, thinking she was just mocking me. But I think maybe whatever it was she said might have been some sort of jinx or spell. I don't know. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. You've had a very trying time and a very trying day, and your dreams were shattered. So, of course, you're upset right now, and of course, you're not remembering and thinking straight. I really do.
I should shatter this mirror.
No, you'll hurt yourself, and I can't heal you if you cut yourself very badly, and I don't know where we would take you.
And
so please don't hurt yourself.
And if this mirror is what they used, it might be what we can use to get there. But in order to do that, we've got a couple of things we need to do. But as I said, we're going to get him back, and you'll be Miss Sugarwood before you know it.
Oh, thank you. Please bring back my sweetheart.
It might take some time. If you're from the material plane, for example, I know sometimes there can be a bit of weird lapse between the two. So, so it might be a while, but we will bring him back to you. Okay?
Yes.
And if I don't, for whatever reason, I will eat my hat.
Oh, you don't have to do that. She does sort of smile as you break the tension with some humor.
It's a very big hat too. Fancy. It's quite good leather. It'll take a while, but I'll do it.
It's a beautiful hat. But don't get lost in there yourself. I wouldn't forgive myself if she only took more of you away.
He looks around in his pockets and thinks for a moment, and because he really doesn't have any use for it, he's gonna give her the wooden pixie sword
Oh, okay.
and be like, right, here's what will make the bargain on. I know it's not much, but I don't have a lot on me, so I swear on this sword that I'll get him back, and if I don't get him back, you at least get a pixie sword. It's not much, but at least it means there's some sort of, oathy sort of thing between it, if you get what I mean.
Yes, I think I follow.
Yeah, you can even beat me over the head with it if I don't bring him back. Much like...
No. I'm sure there will be a reward.
I don't need. The only reward I need is to see the pair of you together and maybe be a guest of honor at the wedding. I do like a good wedding.
We definitely want someone. I mean, definitely want you if you're the one who saves him. Of course, you're invited.
Yeah.
Halfling
And
weddings are the best.
It's not just going to be Tarquin. There's a whole group of us
Yep.
that are together right now. We're called the Carnival Cards.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Carnival cards. You have my thanks already. You bring back my Reuben, I will be forever in your debt.
You need
And
to
you
take
know,
care of yourself now. I want you to go
Yeah.
wash your face, and I want you to get something to drink and eat if you're hungry. And then you try to get a good night's sleep and see if things look better in the morning.
okay. She sort of sniffs and wiping away her tears as she goes around. And yeah, you would see a reflection of her as a younger child as well. Just a young halfling.
When she's out of earshot, I'm going to very, very quietly say to Tarquin, I want to examine that mirror, but I don't want to look into it in case looking into it is not real. So I'm going to walk up to the mirror, close my eyes, and see if I can examine it with my hands and see if I can find any secret buttons or levers or feel anything on the mirror that feels out of place. And then I think you should do the same, because there may be something there that allowed Sopig to dash into the mirror, that's on the mirror itself and not like a charm on Sopig.
Okay. Both of you can either roll an Arcana check or an investigation if you're looking for something like a physical lever or switch.
I shall roll the
okay.
Arcana.
Now,
But Arcana, if you want to sort of figure out maybe there's a magical quality that you can understand.
I just wanted to feel with my hands to see if I could feel anything. So,
Yeah.
can I roll a perception check, or? I mean,
it would be more investigation. You can definitely
alright.
see the thing with your perception, but I'm gonna say because this is more like trying to find intricate details about it.
Okay.
But so Tam, when you rule out immediately, there doesn't seem to be any levers or anything. It doesn't seem to even be affixed to the wall. You can actually pull it away, and as you look on the other side of it, it's definitely a solid mirror. It's nothing like a trick behind it. And as you feel through the details and carvings, the ornate sort of spirals and vine work, there's no leaves that are hidden buttons. There are no there's nothing that you can sort of follow your finger through that activates it. You're coming
Okay.
up completely sure, but at least you're ruling out that there's no
Right. And as
physical
I run
button
my
or anything.
hands over the mirror, it stays a mirror. Now my eyes are shut, so I'm not being tricked
Yeah.
by anything I can see. But I can't feel like my hand go through it. It feels like a mirror the
No,
whole time. Okay.
you don't feel anything, but I will say perhaps you can smell the scent of the forest floor in the air that you're very much into growing up in a forest. You smell that kind of leafy earth. You can smell the just the bark of the trees, that the kind of soil, but it's only there faintly, almost as if a real portal had opened up to a a forest, and then that scent sort of wafted through, but it's slowly fading now,
Okay.
and that's the only
All right,
real clue you can pick
Tarquin,
up on.
I've struck out. I'm gonna turn around, open my eyes, and then walk away from the mirror. Um, I can smell a little bit like it really opened up into a forest because I smell a forest here, but it is so faint. I could be imagining it, but let me walk away and let you examine the mirror and see what you find.
Same for you, Tarquin, as you're trying to go through the more arcana magical route. You don't see any runes adorning the mirror, at least not on the side, not on the front or back. They might be hidden, possibly, but you'd think in a carnival, almost everything is for show. If they did have runes, they would be glittering and lit up. But the top of the mirror, you do notice, is the shape of an hourglass, and it's all the same sort of framework. It's not a real hourglass; it's sort of just a frame. And even indeed, the two parts of the stand, there's like poles basically that work as the framework. And the top of each pole is also a design of an hourglass.
Can we
But
turn the hourglass or is it fixed in place?
I would say, yeah, you tried that with your investigation earlier. You
Okay.
tried to like twist it, turn it, and nothing really worked.
Okay.
Um, you
Hmm.
moved it away from the wall as well, and it turned it round, and nothing really activated it. Only thing you can figure out with an 11, Tarquin, is that you heard from the halfling that she heard her saying some sort of poem, and she wasn't sure whether she was taunting her or casting some sort of jinx or
Hmm.
hex.
Uh, it's possible. When I spoke to her previously, this soap pick, she said only her and the other two can travel there. So I'm wondering if maybe only they know maybe the passphrase or something in order to use this.
Right. Or
But
they've got a charm or something on them that is allowing them to do this when they say the
well,
passphrase.
yeah, I'm
Passphrase. So,
wondering if maybe that's something with the pocket watch because there's an hourglass thing, so maybe you need some sort of representation of time that has maybe the pocket watch has sort of the right code in it to allow them to travel back and forth.
I'm still uncomfortable with the idea of stealing the pocket watch, but I understand what you're saying, and this is becoming a little bit more of a dire need. Before
Well,
we leave the room, I would like to see if there's any writing on any of the other mirrors that might give us a
Mm,
clue, like the carousel had.
yeah.
You know, the unicorns on the carousel gave us clues. I'm wondering if any of these mirrors might have writing or words or anything. So I'd like to finish, and carefully examine the room both by feel and with my eyes open and closed. If you could
Mm,
do the same before we leave, just to make sure we didn't walk away
yeah,
from
okay.
something.
yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can give me one last. I'm just going to say just an investigation check, flat investigation. I want it to be intelligence based because you might also just recall information. But you come up finding no other inscriptions or clues on the other mirrors. Most of them look fairly mundane. There is the odd one that's kind of slightly curved to sort of make a weird reflection of you kind of looking squashed. Others are curved in the opposite direction to make you look tall and thin. And there's some wacky mirrors, but they're not. They don't seem to be any kind of magical mirrors around. This one was the only one that really had a portal open up and you physically saw into another world. The others seemingly were just tricks of the mind or actual reflections, physical reflections as you see a mirror maze. Most of them are just fake entries to another corridor.
I met a man once with a bag of holding, and he could put the most amazing things inside it. And Kind of wish we had a bag of holding right now, or a handy haversack that we could use to take the mirror with us.
Oh, it wouldn't fit in there, that's for sure. The mirror is like a full tall standing thing, but
Well, I don't know of a way of taking it with us. Tarquin, can you think of a way of taking it with us?
What, the
this
mirror?
is a
Yeah,
this is
I
a
don't
thing,
think.
though, and just one little thing. Can you roll me an intelligence saving throw, Tanwen?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You forget the word handy haversack and anything to do with it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
apologize.
No, that's fine. It's suddenly just ripped out of your mind forcefully, and you feel like you hear like a voice in your head that's just like, "No, no handy haversacks in my world. Be gone!" And it just says that as the handy haversack
Oh,
is, and the concept of a handy haversack is gone completely. Bag holdings,
oh,
they're okay. The handy haversacks specifically are suddenly just torn from your memory.
oh, I've got a splitting headache all of a sudden. What was, what was I talking about?
I
Oh,
think you were saying we should take the mirror with us.
oh, I guess that's a really bad idea.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty big, pretty
yeah,
heavy. What I think is we should go find the others.
yeah, I'd like some fresh air. Maybe sit outside the this hall of illusions or mirrors or wherever the hell we are now. Oh, yeah, if I can just go get some fresh air for a minute,
Yep,
then I'm gonna follow Tarquin back out.
yep. Tarquin will lead the way out.
Okay, no worries. You work your way back through this strange labyrinth of reflections and out again. And I'll tell you the story about that
Yep,
handy haversack after this session. It's a long one.
yep.
I am
Nonetheless,
so sorry, Sinrith.
But
well,
I'm
you brought up
trying to
you
add
brought up a sore
character.
subject.
I am so sorry. I did
no,
not mean to.
it'll be
I
a
go
I'm
funny
joking.
story,
Right.
but literally because of this, they've been banned from existence. Essentially,
Yep.
reality got
Annoying.
rewritten, so they no longer exist.
I did not know. I am so
Well,
sorry
you
for
wouldn't
breaking a
know.
rule at the table.
You wouldn't
So
know.
this
Sorry,
isn't
you
a
went
clue about the carnival, eh? Just checking. It was like writing
that
that
is
down. What does that mean? What is the
No,
difference?
no, it's not a clue.
completely unrelated to the carnival. But
Pure
although it
weirdness.
was
All right,
definitely
fine.
in a hag's-like voice. But
Yeah,
I'll explain afterwards.
yeah.
All
Um,
right.
so you come out of the Hall of Illusions. You can see the halfling probably has found a witchlight hand who's probably helping her out. She's explaining the whole situation. But nonetheless, you guys probably want to group up at this point. I'm guessing you want to
Yeah,
meet.
that was
Where do you
where
want to
we
meet
were
up?
gonna go to meet up with the others, see what they found.
Okay, so we'll just go back to the Witchlight Carnival. You want to probably start thinking about heading to Burley now, because of course
Yep, we
you've
gotta
got
go
1
head to
hour
Burley.
before the. I'm going to move the clock along. There is 1 hour left before the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch takes place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we managed to get a
Yeah,
lot done in that last hour.
So it's 5 o'clock in the morning now?
no, it's 11 o'clock in
It
the
ends
night.
at midnight.
Oh,
Oh, is it? Yeah, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the eighth hour. It's 8th hour, but I think the Oh wait, the crowning is at dawn, isn't it?
yeah,
So I
that's what
guess
I
it's
thought.
not midnight. Yeah, you're probably right. Actually, it probably is like 8 a.m. or something. Man, it's hard to tell where they wanted this, but it's going to be dawn. We'll say the timing isn't exactly important, but you know you've got 1 hour until the Witchlight Carnival comes to a full closure with one last parade, and it is going to be dawn when the magic of the Feywild vanishes. It's oftentimes when the twilight ends and dawn approaches, as you guys know from previous Feywild adventures.
Mm-hmm.
So Burley, you can actually see him from here as you come out of the Hall of Illusions. He's always guarding just outside the staff area, and there's this massive wall of thorn that block off the Star Ferry, so you can't actually see into it. The only time you've seen is when you're in a bubble hovering above, and you can see the little circle of wagons all around a campfire. And there's a clown in there that seems to be on guard, ever vigilant. But the rest of you guys, you can all meet up now at the teapot or just outside the big top, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, we'll meet outside the big top. That seems like a good
Yeah.
place.
I don't
Yeah.
think we had set a specific time location.
As it
Oh,
happens,
hey, there y'all
it's
are.
Northwind. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
how did your little adventure go? We had some pie, and I got some tea, and we talked to some goblins.
Well, we now have
It's
another reason to go beat Sopig's face in with the big stick.
And that would be did Soapig take something else from you? What was it?
Sopig kidnapped the husband or future husband of this halfling. So
She
Not
kid-
a
She took
person, an actual
a whole
person.
person.
yes, she took a person, and what was so amazing is while she took an adult male, when we looked into the mirror, it looked as though he were a child again, or an older child. So she took his age as well somehow, and that was really
How
really
did she get
odd.
away? Like you caught her this time though, right? How
she
did she get
went. She
away?
went through a mirror.
Oh, and we tried to get through the mirror. We searched that room top to bottom and could not find a way. Um, Tarquin thinks that they're saying a magic phrase or a passphrase, and it's got to be that because we couldn't find a button, a lever, a secret twist, or trick to any of the mirrors that would let us go through the mirror ourselves.
Is it
Maybe there
is
was
it
some kind of magic charm, a token they must have, a
Yeah.
ticket.
maybe it's the
That's the
mirrors
other
themselves
possibility.
too?
Well, that's what I was hoping. I was hoping it was something about the mirror that would let
The
us
mirror
through.
was marked with an hourglass. So I think that's perhaps there's other places round which are marked with those, which is how they get in and out.
Oh.
Hmm.
Wait a second. Wait, Tarquin, can you show me the map?
Yep.
Okay. So you went to the Hall of Illusions, right?
Yeah.
For this? And this is where you saw Soapig before.
Yeah.
And this is where Nox got her nose taken when we were kids. And this is close to where Obscurity was getting off the Swan. So like maybe it's just the
And
one mirror is like their gateway in and out of the
Yeah,
carnival.
and the only
wait a
way.
minute, it's also close to those mushrooms that I found. Remember when my bubble floated over
Yeah,
the river? There was that mushroom ring right behind the Hall of Illusions.
yeah. But you said that the Obscurity one didn't go through that section, right?
No, obscurity. I don't think went into the Hall of Illusions. They didn't they didn't disappear. They just kind of ran off, but I didn't
Yeah,
see
they didn't.
where.
But
Yeah.
they
Maybe
got
it was
off around there. It
He
around
was
there.
did
It was
around.
in that.
definitely in
It was
that
like
area,
around
but I
here.
didn't. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's right. Yeah, they did go in
yeah.
that direction. You could
But
see
it's
them
all
heading back.
yeah. It's all around the Hall of Illusions. Like that's something to do with the way they're getting in.
Okay, this
Also,
is
I
good.
guess
Actually, the hourglass thing is good to know as well because we see that symbol anywhere else. Now
Yeah.
we know what to look for.
Nox, if you're there, you do remember when you passed through the mirror. You remember during the big top
Yeah.
extravaganza? You remember seeing as you came back through that same similar description of the mirror that they're giving with an hourglass sitting atop and two smaller ones on the poles on the frame.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, that symbol was in the big top. When we passed through that mirror. I don't know whether it's to do with all mirrors, but it just seems really, really suspect.
Oh
So
Man, I
it's
can't.
something to do with mirrors that have that symbol on it. It's like they're
Yeah.
Yes, but Tarquin, can you remember if that was the mirror that was in the big top? Did they move it to the big top, or
It was
is
wheeled
that,
on, yeah.
or is
They
that?
Yeah,
did wheel it on.
Yeah.
So, but
Yes.
is it the same mirror or is it two mirrors?
Hmm. Can I roll something to see if I'd know that?
You kind of most of you ran out of the big top in a really quick dash, so you didn't get to see backstage where they were wheeling it off again. So I'm
Right.
gonna say no. You can't roll to see if you remember where you saw it, because
Would I have seen
if
it
you would have
before
had a
it
chance
was
to see it.
wheeled on, though? Because I was
But-
backstage?
Yeah, you saw it. You saw the same thing, and I'm gonna say you do remember the same, similar to sort of design as that one.
It was
Okay,
It's just
definitely
I'm giving that.
similar. Could be the same mirror. It could be another one.
Okay.
yeah. So there's
Alright.
Only
something there.
Or
Tanwen
they
knocked
could
me
be
back went up to it.
twins, they could be like a
Oh,
Twin
wormhole.
mirrors.
Yeah.
actually, Tanwen, you've seen both now, very
Right.
close. You would confirm it looks exactly the same as the mirror in the Hall of Illusions. They are possibly one and the same, if not they're complete duplicates, if that is the case.
Okay.
Because you've seen them both up front,
Good
up
show.
close.
So that's got to be some sort of a clue.
Alright, but we're running out of time, so let's go speak to Burley.
Mhm.
Before we do, just everybody take a moment to look up at the moon. It's nice out right now.
It is. Alright.
I'm sorry. Was that in game or out of game?
Oh,
'Cause
that's in
there's.
game.
Okay, good. Because I was gonna say, if I'm seeing the moon right now, things are really going bad for Earth.
No, apparently I can't see any
No.
token because you're in a scene.
No.
Nice black
Yes,
space.
It should be a red moon soon, like a blood moon, lunar. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the lighting on this. So you're heading to Burley.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too hard to get around behind the big top. You just have to kind of walk there, but Burley spots you coming nonetheless. And what?
We want to find him.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
the hobgoblin
Just
I wanted
snooping
to
around.
see. Howdy, Burley. How you doing?
Oh, it's you talking. Oh, I thought you were thieves trying to get in or something.
Nah,
I've had a
nah.
couple of kids. They've snuck in. I'm keeping my eye out on them.
Yeah.
Couple of kids. They got in with no ticket, but
Well,
oh well.
I know.
And
I know this is going to be a bit of a hard subject for you, but when your brother disappeared, was there any sign or anything? Like, did you see him go or anything like that?
oh, so suddenly talking about them. Well, I can tell you a little bit from what I remember.
You see, we're looking for some missing things, and if we can find your brother as part of that, well, you know, that's good for everyone, isn't it?
Well, me and my brother, we joined the carnival as youngsters, and Hurley disappeared about a few months ago. We sent out search parties and completely failed to locate him. I was on patrol looking for kids. We both have our own jobs and duties in the carnival.
Yeah.
So I thought he was just busy, but at the end of the day, he never came back to the wagon. So,
Do you know where he was meant to be patrolling that day, or was he just doing a general patrol?
he was round near the snail races, and then he was down. He's down by the bottom half. He kind of looks around. He would have gone past. The Hall of Illusions.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so
Burley, may I ask a question? Is it would Hurley go off to investigate something on his own? Or
Yeah,
would he come
that's his
find
job.
you and then have y'all go together to investigate?
Yeah, that's his job. He's the one who's supposed to round up any miscreants that come in here without a ticket. And of course, I think, and you suddenly remember there was a bugbear that tried to round you up, and he delivered you onto Durlagron. He was the one who threw those mushrooms at you.
Yeah, I did.
That's
I was just seeing if Hurley would was consistently somebody go off on his own, or if he was stolen. That's what I was trying to
yeah. He
drive
would
at.
he would chase after someone if he thought they were sneaking in.
I've got some.
And on the days that he disappeared, did he say what? Did he describe the children that he was following? Anyone in particular?
Well, I don't know if he was or wasn't, but that's what he would have done if he had saw
Alright.
someone
you don't
running
know.
away. Or...
Well,
No, but
Me-
So
Can't
you
say
don't
for
know
sure.
How long ago was it that he disappeared? Like earlier today?
A few months ago.
A few months
Yeah.
ago. Okay.
So you don't know if he was taken or if he had a misfortune.
Well, I've searched all over the carnival. It's definitely not hiding in here. And
Okay.
we've had a search party, search the surrounding woods, nothing.
well.
No tracks.
Okay.
So
Did he say anything? Anything unusual in the days or weeks before? Like, was he bothered by something? Was he suspicious of something? In a fight with someone, perhaps?
He seems to start to think. He was always a bit more aggressive. I think he kept well, he kept a lot of the other carnival goers from approaching us. He kind of looked quite intimidating. But after he went missing, everyone's been really nice to me, and I think they realised that, you know, I'm not such a bad guy as well. Not like my brother. I don't really
Hurley,
advocate for any violence.
where were y'all when y'all went missing? Were y'all in the Feywild? I know that the carnival only appears once every 8 years.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I'm just a security when the carnival comes in. But we do a lot of setup. We do a lot of the groundwork, setting up the tents
Oh, so
beforehand.
you don't travel with the carnival?
Uh, we do, and sometimes we do, but for the most part, we've been setting up for this one big event. So we
so
came here. We came here early, and
y'all been
then
here for
during the
several
start,
months then.
we've been setting up the grounds. Yeah, but the full cast and crew didn't turn up until, well, today.
alright.
Okay, interesting.
Well, here's
How
the
did you know that they were coming? If sorry,
that
for
Every
cutting
8
you
years.
off, Tarquin.
that is a good question. How did you know? I mean, I suppose you get it's a good
Is it
question.
always eight
every 8
years
years.
in this same spot? I thought it was more random than that.
Oh no, we got given a what's it called, a rota? Uh, yeah, here, and he pulls out. He's got a little book, by the way, and you do notice he's got quite an adorable little bookmark and a quill, and he pulls it out, and he has to take his pumpkin hat off to sort of see. He's like, right, and he puts on a little pair of glasses. Yes. So we are in currently Kester or near Kester, and then every 8 years we're going to be switching up, and we'll do a little rotation around Midra. We visit other material planes as well, so we get around. But this year it's Midra, so and you can see he's got a little schedule with where the carnival's going to be and where it sets up.
Fascinating.
Did your
This would have been
brother
useful.
Yeah. Did your brother mention anything about hourglasses before he disappeared?
No, 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 not hourglasses.
Alright.
Why? What have you found something?
Well,
Do you know?
that's the thing. I think I've got some good news, some bad news, and some more good news.
Anything you can spill to help me
Right.
find my brother?
Good news is I have a good idea as to where he might have gone.
Okay.
Bad news is that where he's gone is kind of hard to get to and possibly a bit dangerous. But the other bit of good news is me and my friends are planning to go there, and as we're going to go get some stuff for ourselves, I'm planning to get him back for you.
Really?
If he's
You'd
there,
do that
then
for me?
I'll get him back for you.
Tarquin, you're the best.
But
If you find him, bring him back. I'll
Yeah.
give you my pumpkin hat.
he sort of looks at it and just tries to, because he's like a
You
hobgoblin
can wear
beast.
it as a helmet.
He's just like, I mean, it might be a bit big, but it would be a really nice trophy.
Okay, well, I'll find something else for you.
No, it's fine.
well-
In fact, but in
don't know
order
what-
for us to go and try
poetry
to
book.
help him, we kind of need to get
Go on.
past and have a look round here, because we think there's a clue in this area that we need in order to get to where he is. But we need to
Are
make...
you trying to deceive Burley to try and get past?
No, I'm honestly saying that I
Yeah.
think there's something here that we need to help.
Okay. All right then. So yeah, he continues. All right. Where? What? In the big top or in? Because I can't let you in the staff area.
Well, I'm technically staff. I mean,
Oh, you're a witch hand. Yeah, you're kind of staff, but not. You're not Mr. Witch or Mr. Light.
he considers his... and it's just like...
You know what? You can roll me a persuasion check because I'm not even sure on this one. Let me check.
Yeah, not great.
He says, whilst the carnival's on, I'm not allowed to let anyone in except Thaco and Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. He said specifically.
He
I think once the carnival wraps up, you're allowed back
he
in the staff area.
goes...
It's for security measures. You got to see.
looks to the others and then sort of beckons him down so that he can whisper in Burley's ear.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Keep this secret, because if it gets out, people, it might cause some problems. But we think there's a connection between the people that we're pretty sure, or I'm pretty sure at least, have taken Hurley and Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. So, in order to get to them, we need to get in this area because we think they're hiding something. And if we can find out what that is, we can use that to get your brother back.
Oh dear.
Tarquin, I don't want to put Burley's job into jeopardy.
Well,
And so we may be applying too much pressure to him, but Burley, my friends, I think we should just let them walk off. And while, can you do me a huge favor? I think we need you to write a note to Hurley, because he may not believe that we're who we say we are. Maybe you and I can sit down in the corner over here and you can write a note to Hurley that has a memory or something in it that only you and Hurley would know, so that if he says, how do I know that y'all are real and that you're going to take me back to my brother, that we can give him the note and say, this is from Burley. So you and I can go sit over here and write this note, if that's okay.
Okay. He comes over and he pulls out a note. He says, "I've actually got one already prepared," and he hands it to you. He says, "To my unruly bro, I know you never fit in the carnival, but please come back. I miss you. You're my bro. Let's just Let's just, forget.
Well, that's kind of generic, and somebody could have
Oh,
written that
right. You
for
want a
you.
passcode or
So
something?
maybe you and I can sit down and add a page, proof
Oh,
that this
okay.
is me. And we'll let my friends wander off if you and I can go sit down over by one of these tents over here and write this.
Hmm. Let me think. You know, he was always into acting. He never got to do anything in a big top,
Well, see,
but he
that's
always
perfect.
wanted
You and
to.
I sit down over on the side over here, and let's sit down and write about that. And that way he knows it's you.
Yeah,
So
he only confided in me in that. No one would have
perfect.
taken him seriously if he asked Mr. Witch to be an
Mhm.
actor.
Right. Well, here, come sit down with me, and you've got that notebook with you,
Mm.
so we can go in and use that notebook so you can match the paper.
Alrighty. Yeah, sure. He says,
Okay.
and on the back is one of my poems as well.
Oh, I'd love to hear it. So, everybody, I'm going to stay here for a few minutes because, I think Burley and I are making a connection.
Yeah.
So, why don't you go off and enjoy the carnival while I sit here with Burley?
Tarquin nods. Is there actually like a thorn barrier around this area?
Yes, yes, there is.
Okay. But I've already seen a potential way around this. So as they do that, Tarquin's going to wander off this way and beckon the others to follow. Let's go this way. It's a shortcut to where one of the other things is.
Mm.
Okay,
Very
yeah.
well.
I'll follow you,
Yep.
Captain.
I have taken my backpack off and,
Hmm.
I'm sitting there, maybe
Alright.
hey, Burley, I've got some water. Do you need a cup of water to, wet the whistle before you tell me your poem?
Sure, sure. He's taking his helmet off, and he's really getting into this conversation. He's sat down on a stool. He's got his little book out, and he's already going into detail about his poems.
Now,
Perfect.
if I can, I sort of say to the others, if I'm guessing what Tanwen's plan is, she's distracting him whilst we sneak in.
Oh yeah, I think that's pretty clear.
So what I'm thinking is if this rock sort of goes up quite high, so potentially we can get off this onto this bigger rock and now get us over the thorn thing.
I have 2 pieces of 50-foot rope now.
Yep.
I'll give you one of them, and maybe you can jump over since you're a good jumper,
Yeah,
and like tie it off so we can climb across.
that works for me. So
First things first, I'm going to require you guys to make a stealth group check.
okay.
Oh, I am
Mm.
short, and I'm at disadvantage because I'm wearing my armor again.
Hmm.
That's not great for me.
Oh, not bad.
It's a group check though, so I'm going to be taking the average here, and
Average
that
is
is everyone else is making up for the kind of clinking, chinking sound. Um, the only one that technically failed there was Tarquin, but the rest have flying colors, and you managed to either stifle the noise. Oh wait, no, Tarquin, you got 13. What am I talking about? I was looking at your persuasion. Everyone succeeded. You're all good. Yeah, no one's failed. It seems Burley is thoroughly distracted, so the DC is actually fairly low, and he's just got his back turned to you, obviously facing Tanwen. So you manage to sneak around to the back, and you can indeed see there is a smaller rock that leads to a larger rock.
Yep.
Getting onto the small rocks, no problem.
Yep.
So the thorns are probably about the same height. They kind of do risk.
Yep.
They pose a risk if you jumped and missed the jump, you would potentially land in the thorns, and that would
Yep.
be worse than trying to push through.
Yep. So
But
Tarquin's
yeah,
goal essentially would
they're
he
10 feet high.
so this rock is 10 feet high.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking at how his rabbit hop works. Jump a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus. Okay, so essentially he wants to scramble onto this rock and then jump using his... Actually, does it say that I have to ever run up? No, he's got to basically use his rabbit hop and basically try to leap over to this bit of rock here.
Okay. You can attempt this.
Because his rabbit hop allows him to jump 5 times his proficiency bonus, which would be 10 feet.
That's enough.
Hmm.
Yeah, alright. And just to add on to that, give me an acrobatics check as well. Ooh, because you're proficient. You managed to land it and balance, because this rock is actually slanted heavily in the direction of the thorns. And so as you land on it, you actually have to lean forwards to overcompensate for the slant. And yeah, nor do you slip.
Yeah, and then he wants to...
You can see into the wagons.
Yeah, he wants to scramble up onto this higher bit of rock if he can.
Yeah, that rock is probably another 10 feet, but you can try it. This is going to be an athletics check to climb up.
Oh, God.
You're going to have to try and find some handholds and such. Nice. You make it. There's enough handholds to climb all the way to the top now.
Okay.
And from here, you can even see dragonflies swooping over your view, over the wagons.
Now this rock looks like it's a good bit higher than the thorn mace, so Tarquin essentially wants to get one of his daggers, sort of look for a crack in the rock, wedge the dagger in and tie the rope to it and throw it to Xaxx on the other side.
Alright, yeah, nice. You can do so. That doesn't require a roll. Xaxx, you see a rope just drape down on the other side.
I try to grab it.
Yeah, you can grab it.
Okay. We'll look to a spot to tie it off, where it can tie it off nice and taut, so we can just climb above.
Sure. You could even tie it to the rock that you just climbed off.
Sure, I will do that.
And you've now got a long rope. It's diagonal, but it's high enough above the wall that you wouldn't be scraping along the thorns if you did climb it.
Right. We'll try to climb it.
Yeah, give me just an athletics check and basically don't roll an at one.
Don't say that.
Yeah, you're fine. That's fine. That's all I was looking for. You do it. So it's a tough go. It's a tough climb, to be honest, especially in the armor. But you don't take any blunders. You don't slip or anything. You do make it, no problem. Yeah, Nox is up.
Rodolfo, you're gonna. Rodolfo.
Yes, I am coming. I'm not very strong. Do I need to make an athletics check?
Yep, just one athletics check and you'll be fine. Don't roll, don't bot, basically.
Come on. Well, that could be worse.
Okay.
Wait, none of us, the 4 of us that went, none of us have a +1 to strength at all.
Yeah, I honestly think our entire party is negative strength.
We are. I'm a negative strength. We're all weaklings.
We're all negative strength. Okay, great.
Yeah.
This is
You
fantastic.
did not plan the party very well.
Okay. All right, Nox, you're trying to grab onto them before they fall. How are you doing that with a thorn whip, I'm assuming? Yeah, okay.
That's an interesting
You can.
choice. To stop you falling into thorns, here's some thorns.
Yeah, have some more thorns. Quickly just roll to hit with your thorn whip.
Oh, we could have done this so much better. We have another 50-foot rope. We could have just tied rope to each other and helped each other pull each other up.
Okay, Rodolfo's grip does begin to slip. I wouldn't say they fall all the way off, but you can see them struggling and they are suspended above the thorns. But before they fall, Nox, you manage to whip that thorn right around their waist and yank them towards them. You do take 1 point of piercing damage, Rodolfo, as you feel it dig into your ribs. But it's a minor injury. You do get yanked onto the rock.
I'm gonna grab hold of Nox to help sort of wedge them so they don't get pulled off, even though I'm a weakling.
I will say,
Rodolfo and
as
pull him up.
Rodolfo is flailing around. It's completely undignified. It's just, it's
Thorn Whip does
awkward.
have a verbal component, and as you do have to speak it aloud, like to create the spell and tap into the weave, you obviously have to say something aloud. You don't give away your position necessarily, but you do see from the other side of the campfire this large clown with fairy-like wings and a big red smile painted across his face. He is anything but smiling, though, I will say. He looks in the direction sharply, as if he's heard something, and he takes his pipe out of his mouth and begins waltzing in that direction
Do we see this?
towards you. Yeah, you can probably see it because you're looking over the top, and he's kind of looking at eye level.
Do I recognize
you-
him? I would assume.
Yes, this is definitely Thaco. This guy.
Thaco, really?
Yes, I know. I'm glad someone got the reference. Yes, this miserable
What is-
looking clown.
To-
walks
What is the
towards-
reference?
To hit armor class 0?
It's like
Oh.
first or second edition. It's a calculation for armor class. It was super convoluted. It's nothing like we have
Okay.
today, where it's just a number. You'd have to calculate the attack and defense, and then there was another. I don't know the full extent of it, but I know it was a pain in the butt, and Thaco was
Yeah.
discarded almost immediately after second edition ended. And then
Yeah.
You had to start get the number, whatever their armor class was, get it to down to 0 so you could hit instead of beating it. It was just dumb.
yes, Thaco. He doesn't look like he's enjoying his job very much. But he pulls his bubble pipe away and he is walking in your direction.
Alright, quick. Tarquin's gonna
investigate this
try
problem.
to slide down and get behind the big fish bowl.
Mm-hmm. You can do so. You slide off the rock and
Yep.
behind the bowl. What about the rest of you?
Then about
I'm gonna
others.
try to undo the rope first.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Oh wait,
that's a
no,
good
because
point.
no. Oh wait, no, because Tanwen needs to get up. Should probably leave it for her.
Well, Tanwen
No,
might.
no,
Tanwen's probably not coming with us. They're distracting
No.
them.
No, I'm not only distracting them, I'm hearing in a loud booming voice, the green hobgoblin, large but quick, went out walking with the blackthorn stick. So y'all keep going.
Yeah, that's exactly what you hear. Thank you for that.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna get rid
You
of the
untie
rope
the
then.
rope?
Yeah, I want
Mhm.
to just hide it so that it's not super visible, and then try to slide down behind
Yeah,
as well.
do you toss it over the other side? It'd be the easiest one.
I'll
Easiest way?
try to toss it over the other side to where the other one is. So maybe
Yeah.
if Tanwen does come, she sort of has an idea of how to get over.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah,
And
you toss it
I'll
over.
slide down. Try to get slide down like beside the water though here, because I don't think I'm gonna make it very far.
Mm. And what about Nux and
Yeah.
Rodolfo?
Rodolfo's going to do the same thing as Xaxx and try and slide down on the water side because it seems to be sheltered.
Okay. Everyone, and finally Nux, you're gonna go as flat as possible, so you're hiding on the top, hoping he doesn't see as high up. Yeah, you can all give me a stealth check, and Tarquin, you can roll with advantage purely because you're moving away from the area.
Okay. I needed that advantage. I'm actually pretty good at the stat. I'm just done a proficiency, so.
It was
Okay.
a natural one for Rodolfo, unfortunately.
It was.
Yep.
Sort of made up for by Nox's not natural 20, but 20. So the average here is looking bleak.
Well, at least if we
7,
split up, he
3.
shouldn't catch us all. That's why I sort of scattered this way.
Okay, yeah. Let me so it's 3 plus 7 plus 20 divided by 3.
Divided by 4, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oof, that's not good.
You are skirting the line. Hold on, let me do it again. Because you are literally on the dot of his passive perception. Plus 20. Plus
It comes
11.
to 10.25, I think.
Yeah, he's got a passive perception of 11. So Sacco begins hearing, probably as you're scraping down the side of the rock. Probably can't hear Nux because they're still and they're on the top. But he's gone around the wrong way to investigate. But you just hear on the other side of the rock like someone scraping down and landing. And he can't see the rope either, so that's not clued him in. But he does begin turning around and he starts moving around this rock as well. And Tarquin, you can hear him coming. You need to move.
Can we hear him coming as well?
Yeah,
Yes.
Tarquin's gonna sort of move round the fishbowl and sort of duck down.
I'm gonna
Okay.
play on the other side of the fishbowl. Just some musical notes that sounds really, really like a little bit too loud, but an off key just behind him using prestidigitation, the wand.
Ah, the one. He immediately snaps around, hearing an actual noise. He looks directly in the where the music's coming from.
Trying to lead him away a little bit.
I will rustle the thorns to kind of get his attention and dive into them. As soon
Dive
as
into the thorns, as in the wall of thorns.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Give me a dexterity saving throw as you dive into the thorns. And he's looking around like, huh? So who's there? I can hear you. That is a fail. You're going to take 1d8 piercing damage. As you land in the thorns, you are scraped, cut, and bruised as you finally come to a landing. And then he turns around again. He's hearing directions back and forth, back and forth. And this time he goes into a full sprint as he runs around the corner.
I'm going
goes
to.
there?
Oh, no. Rodolfo, let's go.
Ow!
I've had enough of this. He pulls out something in his pack and sprinkles it onto himself. And you suddenly see him lift off the ground as those fairy wings begin to actually flutter. And he lifts off, flies up to where Nox is, and looks straight down and sees you, Nox, like entangled in the thorn.
See,
The
Solomon,
thorns
doesn't he?
are somewhat frozen.
What?
The thorns are somewhat frozen. How did I get here?
Oh,
Ow!
Solomon.
Help me!
What are you doing? You're not supposed to be in here.
I don't know. How did I get here?
Uh,
Did you do this to me?
you did that to yourself.
What? No, I was. Wait, where was I?
Where's Burley? Supposed to be.
Who's Burley?
He's security, and you're trespassing.
No, I'm in the wall.
He sees the rope. And he starts to look around as well. I'm going to make him start to scan the other areas. I see everyone's dived into different hiding spots. It's quite hilarious.
What are you doing? Aren't you going to help me out of here?
Actually, I think you're fine right there. Can't move, can you?
It hurts.
Well then, stay still. Can't believe I'm having to deal with this. He flies over the staff area and begins looking for everyone. Tarquin, you're in range of actually seeing the the main wagon here,
Mm-hmm.
where you would expect Mr. Light and Mr. Witch to actually reside. There's a steep slope before that, but there is
Yeah.
a walkway up there, but it's in plain sight of the campfire.
Yeah, that's sort of the problem. Seeing that this guy's flying about, Tarquin's gonna quickly move and like hide under this wagon.
Nice.
As soon as Thaco flies overhead and is facing the other direction, Rodolfo's gonna dash around and try and free Solomon with his hand axe. He's got a little agricultural hand axe, and he's gonna just try and chop him out.
Okay.
Solomon, be quiet. Be quiet. We will explain it later. Just we need to hide.
I'm so confused.
I know.
All right. Thaco's going to give a look over the rest of this place, making sure he doubles back immediately to the wagon where you would expect Mr. Witch and Mr. Light to be, probably to defend it, and then he scans the whole campsite. So both of you can give me another round of stealth checks, and I'll say because you've actually broke line of sight, Tarquin, you definitely got advantage. And are you in this? What is this? A
I'm in
foliage?
the bush.
What is with my
You're in the
rolls
bush.
today?
Okay. You can roll advantage as well because you actually have line of sight. No,
So
he has
it's
no
just-
line of sight on him.
Just a straight roll for me then.
Yep.
Oh.
That's a success on Xaxx. On Tarquin, well, let's find out. I'm actually going to physically roll this now, contested. Perception. Yeah. Tarquin, I think your bunny ears are sticking out just just enough. He swoops in. Ah, gotcha. And he's swooping in.
Tarquin is going to try to roll out of the way and just try to run and leap over the fire.
The heck? Have you got some kind of death wish?
While he's doing that, I'm gonna keep circling around behind.
Okay, gotcha. Xaxx, he's
Because he's distracted. He's looking at the fire now, so I'm trying to move.
you could get right
quickly
up.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
And
no, I haven't got a death wish. I just want to play a game. Catch me if you can.
Tarquin, is that you? What has gotten into you?
Tarquin, never heard of him. My name's Phyllis. And you won't get a fill of this.
Pranksters, for the lot of you. Burley, get your furry ass in here.
Whoop.
You hear Burley suddenly opens up the way he has to. He's sorry, Tanwen, and he sees this going on, and he opens up the wall with a flick of a wrist, and the thorns just part, and he spots you, Tarquin, running and dashing as he's trying to catch up to you. He's down there.
Woo!
Okay, Xaxx, you're the only one left to try and get through to the wagon. You've only got to get up this slope. It doesn't look too difficult, but you could run
Sure.
up it, try and climb it. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I am going to. Let's see if I have any. I don't have any that could help.
There's like a little,
Well-
there's like a little bench set up at the top. Seems to be sun and moon like stuck into the ground, like little signs.
All right,
to
thinking
talk.
this is like thinking everybody's been caught or distracted on the last one. I'm going to do the only thing I really can, and I'm going to take the blackberry pie that I have from the Pixies, and I'm going to eat it, and hope it does something good.
Okay, cool.
I just had an
let's
idea as well.
Bring
Something.
up a folio.
I think I have to roll a D100, right?
It is a D100, please.
Yeah.
I've got to find them.
95.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Although, is high good or is high bad? We're about to find out.
No idea.
It's... Where is my table? There it is.
Maybe like cast light on yourself for an hour or something, so I'm just glowing.
Okay, 95.
I was hoping it's not the one where
You-
a cow falls on you.
What the juice? Disembodied dramatic music cues a company of all your actions for the next 24 hours.
Oh,
I was gonna say the worst would be like noise. Oh no.
Music.
as he's sneaking about, has he got like Pink Panther noise behind him?
Dun 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 dun.
Yes.
Oh, I'm in the mood for it now.
I was thinking more like dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
So that's probably more apt to Xaxx.
Fantastic.
All right, so since that didn't really do any work, then I just got this music playing. How loud is the music?
Well, music. So I guess the thing is, there's actually music already being played here in the staff area. You can faintly hear it from where you are. There seems to be a gnome bard playing on a lute. They have a little white frog on their shoulder, and they're just drumming away on the song. And then they suddenly hear this kind of backing music, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's cool." And she even switches up her tune to match your music, so you can probably hear it from about 30 feet away.
Okay, so I will. I guess I'm gonna take a couple steps back and take a run, trying to climb up the slope.
Okay, give me an athletics check. She begins to play louder and in tune with it.
Athletics. Oh, not bad.
Yeah, that's good. That run up really helped. You managed to get up the few steep steps with ease, and then if you get to the top, you actually have to pull yourself up, but you make it. And you see, this gnome bard actually turns around, looks directly at you, and she actually just smiles and gives you a wink, and continues playing louder.
I'll
Looks like
do
she's
a bit of a wave to her and like give a thumbs up and like yeah.
Yeah.
She is clearly trying to help you out here, and she just plays louder and louder, and this is the art you can see of her.
Amazing.
Yeah. Whilst
Well,
that's
she is-
going on, Tarquin's gonna sit on one of these stumps by the fire, pull out the scat leaf tea, and just scatter it round himself and cast the spell. Just sit there.
We
Because
get
it's
free by
protection
any
from
chance?
evil and good, which they're both
Oh,
paid
yeah.
creatures, I think.
Yeah, after all this, do I get free by any chance?
Let's just jump back to them and find out, because there is a save related to that.
I was free. I was
Please
freezing the
let it not
thorns.
be a strength save. Just anything with that.
You're deep in the thorns at the moment. You made this deck save to try and avoid them, but you got stuck. Whenever a creature ends its turn in the wall, trumpet-shaped flowers burst from the brambles nearby and honk. And this alarm is audible to out to 50 feet. And yeah, you can just hear this. And Thaco is just like, Burley, will you shut that racket up? Is one
Can
of
I
them over
use-
there?
Those flowers that bloom, can I use them as stepping stones to get out?
Step on a flower? They
Better than
kind of.
stepping on thorns.
Let me see.
It
You can
makes more
move
sense.
through the walls, albeit slowly and painfully. I will say this: Rodolfo chopping away can make you have advantage on the next save to try and wiggle your way out, climbing either with the thorns or stepping on the flowers. But it's going to be another deck save to avoid getting cut to ribbons with advantage.
Okay. Come on. 14?
It's one less than you. Yeah, it's 15. You need. I'm really sorry.
Do I get out though?
Oh, you do get out, I will say. You're only one away. It costs 8 feet of movement every time you do this. Sorry, 8 feet of movement is equal to 1 foot of the wall. And the wall is like, what, 5 foot thick? You need to kind of land it in the middle of it. So you only needed to move like 2.5 feet. So I'll say you are very much on the last edge of it. But as you're pulling through, and you think you're free. You feel that tug of a thorn right on the back of your heel, and it slices it for one
Thank
damage.
God.
Yeah, you're good. Minimum damage. You're all right.
That could have took me out.
You could have. Yes, you could have. You're free.
I
Just,
mean, the other way. Because I'm going the
Oh, that
Rodolfo's
way.
way.
Fine.
Because
Yeah.
I fell in the middle.
My bad.
Why would Rodolfo
back.
be helping me get out backwards? How
That
would
would
that
be
even be
strange.
possible?
I was not
I'm just
thinking
like,
straight.
Rodolfo, how would I even land there?
So Burley's come up to you, Tarquin, and he's like, "Okay, I thought I told you." No, hold on, Tarquin, why are you even in here?
I heard the music, I saw a big fire, and I wanted a cup of tea, he says as he scatters the leaves and this cup of tea appears and he starts drinking it.
Are you stupid? You really think I'm actually some sort of fairy godmother?
No, I just wanted a cup of tea. Do you want some? It's good tea.
Ah,
Or
He
would
sees-
would you prefer me to spill the tea, Thaco?
Daco just grabs his hand, slams it into his face, and wipes it down his head, probably smearing some of the makeup. I don't get paid enough for this.
I mean, am I really doing anything wrong sitting by the fire?
I prefer not to play along with these little antics.
Okay. So you want me to leave?
Yeah.
Oh, right. If that's the case, I'll just gather up my... I'll just... do you mind opening the thing so I can get back through, Burley?
And take your other little roaches wherever they're hiding with you.
I don't know any roaches.
You know who I mean. The one making all that racket and this honk 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 still going off. Which actually helps to, again, drown out the music that's coming from Xaxx.
That sounds like a goose. I don't know any geese either.
We have swans, not geese. Oh, you know what? I'm done talking, Burley. Come on. Grab him. And drag him. Alright, meanwhile, Xaxx. So you're right up against the wagon now.
Right up against the wagon. Yeah.
You can hear voices coming from inside.
All right.
However,
So I need to.
You're letting off quite a bit of music. I'm going to say one last stealth check with disadvantage, of course.
Of course, I already have
And
disadvantage. So
you already have disadvantage. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? That's fantastic somehow.
God.
Brilliant. The music coming from the fireplace, the honking from the walls has done a great job of kind of drowning out and adding to this just white noise now. And the wagon's clearly quite sturdy, but there is an open window that you can hear the voices a little bit clearer from.
I
And
will
it's
listen to it.
is unmistakably Mr. Light and Mr. Witch. And you can hear them saying, two contrasting voices. And Mr. Witch says in a low, gravelly tone, You need to find a way to calm down. And then Mr. Witch in a high-pitched, shrill voice, I'll calm down when that Tengu pest is gone. Look, she knows nothing. She'll get frustrated soon enough. Be on her way. Well, I hope you're right. Trust me. The conversation seems to shift to the current mood of the carnival and ideas for new acts and attractions. Occasionally, you can perhaps hear Light relapse into, oh, what if the Kenku ruins that one as well? And so on and so forth.
I am okay. Okay. What are we supposed to be doing here? We're supposed to be going to get the stuff and get the help. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go up to the front door and knock on the door.
The Catoplopath didn't work out. Oh, maybe if we buy a giraffe and paint it blue. Did you hear that? Yes, hold on. I'll get it. And you hear the door open up. And let's see, what do you say here? Burley is also shouting at the others in the Wall of Thorn currently, and at that point, Mr. Witch can hear the shouting going on, and he's like, "What's all the noise? And who are you? Oh, I recognize you.
Yes, you do. Do you? Oh, yes. Maybe you do. Hi.
Yes, you were at the Big Top Extravaganza.
I was. I helped when those things attacked people a lot. I killed like 4 of them, and then I did the mirror thing, but it didn't work so well for me there.
Did Burley let you in?
Yes, he
Why is he
did.
shouting?
Oh, they're having a bit of an argument about whether Thaco was smarter or stronger than he was, and so they're having an argument there.
Yeah, roll me a persuasion. Oh, sorry, a deception check.
Sure. Deception.
Yeah.
Not good.
Okay.
No, it was almost good. It
well,
was almost good.
let me roll his insight, which isn't good either. Well, actually, bad.
He doesn't have
No,
to roll that high.
It is bad. It's very bad. Damn, he doesn't see through the lie, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Possibly because there's a lot of chaos going on, and
And the music's going still. There's
that's it,
dramatic
yeah.
music playing while.
What is that music?
Oh yeah,
Well,
I have like a thing about me.
If Burley sent you, then come in.
Thank you. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Officially, my name is Xaxx.
Oh, we're doing wonderful. The flamboyant elf grins from ear to ear as he welcomes you into the wagon with a little theatrical bow. Please make yourself at home. It's a delight to meet you. I'm Mr. Light, and this is my associate, Mr. Wick.
I'm
Any
Mr.
gesture?
Witch. Yes, I played a game where I was trying to stealth or no sneak up on you. I think it was one of the games. That was fun.
You see Mr. Witch sit down, lounging on a bunk, and he doffs
And-
his top hat and
And
nods at you.
Mr. Light, you were great at the big top, explaining the 3 rules of the Feywild. That was great. You're a very good host.
Oh, he was too kind, too kind. And you see he is currently looking at the weather vane that he's holding in his hand, and it seems to spin and sort of give off this air of mystical essence, like it's working something. So, how can we help you? If Burley sent you here, it must be because. Oh,
Yes.
you've brought
Well,
the mood up.
oh yes, the moon.
The
Well, the
mood.
moon. Oh, the mood. Yeah. Well, the moon and the mood. Yeah. It's.
I can tell
it's
every
both.
little change in the mood, and he points at the weather vane again.
Oh, that's what that does. It's a mood vein.
Exactly. And it seems you have brought a nice little. Uh, let me see. Hold on. In the last hour, yes, you've made someone's day. I can tell.
I've made a couple people's day. Yes, I helped out the goblins who are looking for their people. I gave some food to some people. We helped out the gentleman who lost his voice, and also there was this Kenku who was running around causing trouble, and we got them to stop doing that. And then we painted some unicorns.
His eyes go wide. What? Well, then I must express my gratitude for the cheer and that you've brought to the carnival. Please, tell me, this Kenku, did you? How did you get rid of them?
Oh, we gave them a stern talking to, and then we the Kenku had taken the voice from what's the mime's name again? Anyway, the voice of the
Candlefoot.
mime. Yes, Candlefoot.
You've
Yes.
done us a great turn.
So we gave the voice back, and we had a stern talking to with the Kenku, and then I think that's all taken care of, and they're sort of good. So we took care of that for you a little bit, and we noticed, so we did some repairs on the carousel, and we got your staff. Yeah, we've been doing a lot actually. You should really hire a group out.
Goodness. That's why the weather vane's spinning so much. You hear that, Mr. Witch? And he seems to just be raising an eyebrow in your general direction, looking back at Mr. Light. See? It's like all our problems have gone away.
Well,
Now.
not all of them exactly.
Oh.
We do need your help, hopefully help with some things. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are some miscreants running around and stealing things from people. And they are, of course, you know, working for people that are not so great. And I believe you know about that. And so that's something that we would like to talk to you about to see if we can help you get rid of them and make this a safer and more fun place for everyone involved, including the children.
You make quite a case. I see that you're clued in to the thieves, but I must express my regret. We're not responsible for those thieves.
No, we are aware of that. We know who is we know some of who is responsible. We've got bits and pieces. But
Excuse me.
is that me?
One second, Brandee, your mic is chopping up.
My mic?
I think it was
I'm
just
sorry.
when you weren't talking. That was all. It was kind of like, I think it stopped now, but that's fine.
Okay.
So he says,
there are forces at work on the other side that are entirely beyond our control.
Yes,
Yeah,
and those are the
wheel of
people we
time.
are trying to get to. We need to get to the Feywild and to Prismere so that we can take deal with those situations and get people's things back. I've had things stolen from me as well, and it'll make things better. And then your carnival can sort of operate as it should.
There's sort of an uneasiness to Mr. Light, whereas Mr. Witch is trying to remain quite stoic. Mr. Light says, "Oh, we can get back. The wheel of time turns ever on. What's lost is lost, and what's gone is gone."
Right, but it wasn't lost; it was stolen.
He sort of tries to force a grin. And he suddenly seems a bit lost for words. Well, he seems a little disgruntled as well. Mr. Witch says,
You want to go to the Feywild?
Yes.
Well, perhaps there is a way. And you have got rid of kettle steam.
He starts to look at his watch, and he flicks it out, and you see this gold hue emanate from it, like a light just shines across his face. And he looks at the time.
Says, we do have to attend the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch very shortly.
Yes.
But perhaps afterwards we can meet again and discuss.
It would be great if we could do that. Yeah, and maybe the other people, my other friends, could be here because they're much better at this kind of thing than I am. Yeah. Oh, is it hot in here, or is it just me? It's a little warm, I think. Oh.
Yes, maybe open a few windows. Although that music seems to be coming from you, marvelous.
Oh yeah, I have a thing about me that just an aura of joy and presence.
Evidently, the weather vane is proving every ounce of that. But you say you want to go to the Feywild to retrieve them and deal with the thieves. How exactly do you mean to deal with them?
That is a plan that we're still working on a little bit. So we will get to that. Our captain will tell you all about that because he's much better at planning than I am.
I
But
think
we will have a plan to deal with the thieves. There's the girl with the pig face. There's the moon obscurity, and there's the frog person.
they seem to look at each other like side-eyeing back and forth, and
We know a lot.
well, you are informed. As my associate has said, we'll discuss this matter after the crowning of the monarch, and
Can
I'm
you
sure
let
we'll be
can
to
you let the
assist you.
people around here know to let us back in so we can just walk back in, and we don't have to talk our way through or pay or anything like that because you were expecting
Of
us.
course,
We have a set meeting.
of course we can. Yes, and you've been such a delight and a wonder. Why don't you ask Thaco to make you a balloon animal on the way out?
Okay, sure, that sounds great. A balloon animal it is.
Thaco, make him something nice. Oh, a giraffe I was talking about. And yeah, you see Mr. Witch stand up, leaning against the back of the wagon. And see you after the crowning, and good luck. You might be in the running for it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll see you after. We'll come right back here.
Toodles. And he leans forward as you exit the wagon and gives you a little wave, and his gesture sort of flops back and forth as he begins to close the door slowly. And you see that big wide grin sort of just drop a little bit to the face of intrigue and concern.
I'll walk back down and head towards I guess I'll head towards where Thaco and Burley are, and I'll just say, hey, they're gonna we're it's all good. We're good here. Give me 1 second, and I'm gonna backtrack over to where that gnome bard is playing,
Yep.
and I'm
She
just gonna
looks at you
say,
guys. All right.
hi, thank you for the music. It was great, great playing. You're a very talented musician. I wanted to give you something since you helped me out a little bit there. And I'm going to pull out the little tiny lute with the cat hair for strings that I have.
Yeah. Perfect.
And I'm
Yeah.
going to give her the little lute with the cat hair. I picked this up a little while ago, and I think it's something you might enjoy since you're so musically inclined.
Wow. I wasn't expecting a gift. Thank you.
Well,
I'm
you helped
Felix,
me
by
out,
the way.
so this is the least I could do for you.
Oh, it was nothing. I just wanted to join in the music.
It was
I'm Eliwick, by the way.
fantastic. Sorry,
Eliwick Tumblestrom.
Eliwick
Eliwick.
Tumblefoot? Eliwick.
Tumblestrom.
Sorry,
She
we're
laughs
getting our
and
things
giggles
wrong.
as you get it wrong, but she puts her hand out as a handshake.
I'll shake her hand. Thank you, Miss Eliwick. You were absolutely fantastic. Do you play in the carnival a lot? Are you just back here on your break or
He
something?
says, "Oh, I'm all over the place, you could say."
Well, I have to get back to my friends now, but I hope to see you again around playing. You're very talented, and
He
yes,
says,
thank you
"Oh,
very much.
wait. Before you go, I've got the reciprocity, right?" She pulls out a little deck of cards from her pocket,
Oh,
and she says, "I'm just intrigued. You seem very interesting. That music. Mind if you pull a card? Pick a card, any card."
sure, I'll pull a card. I don't care. Yeah, I like cards. We are the carnival cards.
Oh, well then, perfect. This is a perfect match. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you can roll me a 1D. Let me just check. You get so 30. Mhm. It is Yeah, roll me a 1d 30. God, how many is it? 30. Just 30.
D30.
Only hold on. Sorry, 22. My bad.
A
It's a
D20. It is.
D20.
It is a deck of many, isn't it? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Once it was 22, it's just like, oh no.
22 is the magic number. And I've actually got the real deck of cards in front of me.
As long as it's not
Yeah.
like the void card or something. Hey, I could get a level 4 fighter on my side here, and we're only level 1, so this is gonna be good. 1d22, 14.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh my
Wish.
god, you
Is
pulled
it the wish? Is
You
it the wish?
literally pulled the star.
What's that? Is it the wish?
It's
No, that's the moon.
it's a plus 2 to any modifier. It's a fantastic boost. But she looks at you and says, "Huh, not bad." And yeah, you see she flips around the card to show you as you picked it, and then see this brilliant star light up, swirl around, and burst in front of your very eyes. And you suddenly feel this power emanating through you, bolstering you, if but momentarily, and it feels like you've got this kind of reservoir of potency that you've got to somehow store away inside your head, or maybe your muscles, or maybe your feet. Somewhere this power has to sort of store itself. Pick a stat.
Okay, well, I guess I'll bump myself up to a 20 wisdom.
Okay. Nice.
Nothing. You make friends and nothing bad ever happens. You know, every time I eat food, something great happens. It's amazing.
Well, I wasn't expecting a gift, and I wasn't expecting you to draw that either. So, who knows what fates have in store for us?
Thank you so much, Eliwick. You have been like fantastic today.
As of you, and you see the little frog on her shoulder sort of let out a ribbit.
Well, I'm gonna head back. So, well, I hope I run into you again. Keep those cards handy.
Maybe either in this world or the next.
Ooh,
It gives you that
like
same
ominous.
little wink. Okay, so back to the others. You've all met up at this point. Thaco is also, as you turn around, Xaxx, you see Thaco has begrudgingly pulled out a balloon and made it into a giraffe for you. Here you go. Now scram.
All right. Well, we were supposed to come back after the crowning of the Witchlight regent.
Oh, great.
And we have a meeting with Mr. Witch and Mr. Light afterwards. So you're supposed to let us in at that time.
Oh, of course I am. Can't wait.
I can't wait either.
We're done talking.
Are all of us there? Or...
Yeah, you're kind of all
Okay.
gathered up, and Thaco is just trying to usher you
Well,
out.
I'm still outside. I'm
yes,
still
you are.
outside the thorn
You could have
fence, aren't I?
You could have followed Burley in as he's opened it up for you, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of, with a flick of a wrist, just basically parts the thorn. But yeah, you're all
Then
gathered up once again.
I'll go over to Tarquin to see what's going on.
Oh.
What happened? Did y'all make it in? Did y'all find everything?
Well,
Anything?
It seems they really didn't want me to have a cup of tea by the fire, so I had to spill
How
some.
unkind.
I had to spill some tea, and I'll spill some with you later. But let's head on out.
Okay.
I think Xaxx has spread the good word, so we should be good for later.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll come back after the crowning, and then we have a meeting with the Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. They're gonna talk to us about the stuff. Yeah. And as we
even
walk
if
out,
you
as we walk out, I'll fill them in on the conversation I had with them, just so they know what's going on.
okay.
Xaxx, you're brilliant. I would never have had the bravery to go knock on their door. That was amazing.
I'm not sure if it was bravery. I don't think it was bravery.
What
Yeah.
do they say? If you want to get into somewhere, you have to walk in like you own the place, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And what better way than with music playing?
Yeah.
And so he made the assumption that Burley let you in because you raised the mood so much, which is actually something that is one way to actually meet Mr. Light and Mr. Witch is if you go around raising the mood of everything in the carnival.
Mm.
And then what happens is you're sent to find them, but he just waltzed in there like you've already done it. And yeah, it was great. Well done.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And he's got a balloon animal to boot as well, with a little
And
string.
I have a balloon animal. I need to add that to my stuff.
Bob's behind you with a little string.
It's a blue giraffe, right?
Yes, it is.
Also, welcome back, Solomon, I guess. When did you get here?
Oh
yes.
yes. Hi, Solomon.
Change your token.
I don't know. I was walking for a mirror. I saw a pretty young lady, and then I was in Fawns.
Oh
Well,
yes, we can fill you in on what's happened since then.
well, as they say, sometimes when you see pretty ladies, it can get a bit thorny.
That was
Every
Jamie
rose.
laughing.
So we're coming up to the end, I think, of the session now because it's quite late.
Yeah.
But you've got some things to discuss if you want to do that before you do wrap up, or you can just head straight to the Silversong Lake. You can definitely hear there's a commotion
Yeah.
over there. There seems to be cheering and applauding.
Tarquin
Quite
sort
noisy.
of cocks his ears and goes, well, by the pricking of my ears, it seems Counterfoot conquered their fears. So let's go give them our
Oh.
wishes and try not to swim with the fishes.
Let's go do that. And Solomon, while we're doing that here, take this. I'm gonna give you my chocolate goodberry, which will give you some hit points since you're not looking so good. It'll give you 1 hit point back.
I'll eat it. Does it have an extra effect?
I don't know. It's from the
Which one is
Pixies.
it?
It's a chocolate good. It's a single chocolate goodberry from the Pixies.
Oh yeah, for sure. This one does. Roll a d100.
God, so I get
If
one.
it's made from Pixies.
I get 1 HP and a D100.
Good things
Yeah.
always happen when with the Pixies. We got to go back. To them.
One.
Oh,
Just one.
One.
You shrink to tiny. You go. You see he's eating every single crumb. This thing gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It feels like there's no end to this. Everyone else sees Solomon just turning into the size of like a tiny mouse, practically. He's still Solomon, but
You guys are so tall.
he's tiny.
Oh, Solomon. See, it's good stuff. See, now you're like extra portable and you can sneak around. Good things always happen when you eat.
But I'm so small.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll pick you up. I'll pick up Solomon and like you can rest on my shoulder. Like, I'll carry you on my shoulders or something.
He could even fit in a pocket. He's just like so tiny.
Well, I'm not that big either, so.
Oh yeah.
If this
Why
lasts
do
long,
these things keep happening to me?
because you're a lucky,
Don't
whatever you are.
feel it.
Okay. So we'll end on the Silversong Lake, so it's a nice little thing for you to watch on the way out. There's Solomon. The rest of you can drag your tokens on if you want, or
How long does this last?
I
I
can
can
do
only
that.
go high pitch for so long.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my god.
Okay, so where's my Swan Lake?
Wait. Just let me catch up. It's taking so long.
Every step is like 5 steps for you. Like a massive
I'm
step.
being carried. It's all good.
Oh yeah, okay.
Not on the map though. That's okay.
Ooh. So Candlefoot has made their way up along this large wooden bridge, and seems like he is actually soaking wet as well. And he seems to be perched on the edge of this giant seashell. And in the seashell, you see the beautiful Palasha, the mermaid who sang during the big top, who was rudely interrupted, but now her voice sings like haunting melody across the crowd. Everyone's currently applauding and standing like in a standing ovation. Some of them are wiping tears away from their face. As you see, yes, he is obviously down on one knee, and she is currently like lifting him up and embracing him. And yeah, everyone's just like, "Oh my god, it's adorable! It's a beautiful moment." And as this is happening, you see that Chadnir is also down present at the bottom. There seems to be instruments being played from a variety of minstrels. Somehow Eliwick got here even before you guys. She's sitting there. She probably followed you guys, in fact. There's a little lily pad with that same spider costumed boy sitting on it. That's spot him. The swans are also kind of gathering in pairs. Creatures that are known to mate for life are also sort of enjoying this moment of matrimony. And yeah, there's this kind of low hanging mist curls across the waters. It's this just indescribably beautiful scene before your eyes. Shimmering lake, the haunting song that captivates the spectators. And in response, even the lake water begins to coalesce into these magical sculptures that seem to whirl around her as this moment unfolds. So that is probably where we'll end tonight's session, I think, on that
How very
beautiful note.
romantic. That's
Yep.
sweet.
Yeah. And in fact, at this point, Mr. Light and Mr. Witch probably take their pews, and you can see the weather vane is lit up like a Christmas tree, spinning at its full peak. And at this point, Mr. Witch, Mr. Light announced to everyone that after this, the mood is in such high highs that I think, why not, Mr. Witch? Why don't we send this off with the parade right now? The crowning of the Witchlight Monarch can take place here at the Silversong Lake. But we'll do that next session, so have a little thing to look forward to, and also time to discuss about maybe just because I want you to decide amongst yourselves who you really feel has contributed the most joy and merriment to the whole carnival itself. It's up to you. If you want to nominate someone, you can do.
Out of
I will
character.
nominate.
Out of character for me, like Solomon's been the one that's given me the most joy.
I
Yeah,
cannot hear Sarah Jane's real voice without automatically converting it to the French accent in my head.
I think Tarquin's rhyming is giving him the point for me.
I think Tarquin for me as well because of the rhyming and because he brought these two together. He met at his mission. So
See, I
Yeah.
would have gone with Xaxx.
Xaxx has done bits here and there, more subtle things like approaching Diana, and I would say buying the treats all the time and taking part. I mean, everyone's got like something that they've definitely added to this. It's hard for me to pick, which is why I'm throwing the choice to you guys to nominate.
Maybe we have Xaxx, Tarquin, and Rodolfo roll.
I'm recusing myself from this. I think the accent is nice, but I'm not actually bringing in character. I'm not actually bringing any joy to the carnival. Story wise, it would make sense. Story wise,
Xaxx and
it would make sense.
Tarquin
this is
should roll.
in game.
I think the DM should roll in secret and then let us know next week.
Yes. Okay. Good idea.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for playing and watching, and we'll sign off here on this beautiful moment and find out next week who is the Witchlight Monarch. I think that's going to be a cool little reveal.
Yeah.
So yeah, tune in then.
And
And on Friday we have Roll for Story in the Diamond Soul arc, and of course on Monday we'll not this Monday, the following Monday we'll return back to What Lies Beneath.
And if you've
you
missed
all
it,
right?
if you've missed any of the action, make sure to catch up on YouTube. Should all be there, unless for some reason I've lost an episode, which did happen in one case, but we'll just have to live with that. So, haha. Bye for now.
Bye bye.